Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do a chill stream today. My idea is that I'm going to derp around on the Minecraft world I've got, which I see people have been in since I was last there, which is fine, that's how it's supposed to be. And probably talk about other stuff to some extent. But mostly I was figuring I was just going to derp around in here. I've made a cup of coffee. I have a bottle of water. I have a random trader showing up over here. And I am pretty much ready to see what's what. I suppose the first thing I can do is wander off and see if anything else has changed, because I now have a dock for fishing from, which I didn't have the last time I was here. So that's kind of neat. Now bear in mind, I am not going to be like a good Minecraft player here. Although I'm playing legit, nobody has op on this server. I can't even give myself special gifts or anything. One of the first days I was playing in this, I got mauled by a bunch of baby zombies. And that was unfortunate. Oh, this is a clever trader who has made himself invisible for no good reason. I heard somebody drinking a potion. That must be what that was. I guess he just drank anti-potion and stopped being invisible. Yeah, so I've got a small variety of stuff. One of the things I was thinking of doing was maybe going off and homesteading somewhere else. Because the stuff that I've built here is sort of basics for starting things. Like that is a gravel stack for making stuff. Let me see what else we have going on. This is for growing, making more cows and things. I was going to take a minute and do more with the wheat seeds. Mind you, I have to get to a place that's not overgrown to do that with. It's a sort of random location. I wonder if the... yep. The ones that have not made more babies are the ones that come directly to you. Except for when they don't, I suppose. There we go. Equal numbers of each is kind of the key point there. And one thing I was considering was making a chicken coop for all of these, but haven't gotten around to it yet. It'd be pretty straightforward. There we are. Let's see if we could... The idea of certain check-in technologies... I got 2 out of that. That's not so bad. Is to get feathers. Seeing as I've already got a lot of potential flint. And of course you can have all of the sticks you want, so I can make arrows and bows and things, and those can come in handy. Got a variety of stuff going on here. And that's not even considering that there could be other people also playing and doing things. Such as, I've got somebody in here who I'm not sure if they've been back. I gave them a sign, I left them some food, and I put a stair so that they can get into this place easier. And I left it at that. An interesting thing about, oh, and also here is where we have like golden pants in case you want to go into the nether and not get attacked by the little piglins. Meanwhile, this guy is not especially important or useful. Also, this area could conceivably be made into somebody's home because it's a sort of rather exposed cave. You could get in there if you wanted. And if I had various different things, I could go and get more honey or work on making more bees for the beehive I have over there. That is on the agenda. First thing that I did when I had that was I went and used the shears to get some honeycombs, thinking that that was going to be all I needed. And then I placed some honeycombs and nothing was in them because you have to actually bring the bees to them and breed the bees using flowers. So I hadn't done that. But I learned. I'm thinking of using this bed and going on a bit of a walkabout, going and doing some traveling. Because I had a look at the seed and found out that there were some interesting things around. Now, I'm not likely to do the actual playing of the game in terms of even necessarily going into the nether and beating nether fortresses. And one thing I would quite like is a ender chest, because if I have ender chests, then anybody who plays can be ungrateful to that extent, because nothing about this is really protected from people. It's just that it's not particularly common or popular or anything, so nobody really cares. And that is completely fine. Funnily enough, the way that when I do this, my Minecrafting works is that my friends and the friends of the plugins and the friends of Airwindows typically show up and want to build me things or help me make things. And of course, the idea of the game is that you make things. So having stuff made for you is not necessary. Oh, I've got a random chicken outside the gate. I don't know how they managed that. So it's always kind of interesting. You'll have people showing up and they really, truly, deeply want to help me make things. Except for I'm simply trying to play the game, so it's like kind of just, oh, and I have a zombie piggy who presumably is friendly. I think that seems very likely. Have a look. Are you friendly? You sure are. They've occasionally showed up out of that nether portal. I wonder if he's gonna be mad at the trader. But yeah, when people show up and try to play Minecraft along with me, they very frequently want to help me build things. And my thoughts around what I'm doing are not nearly that well established, so it's kind of it becomes a little odd. Oh, and I think somebody has been here enough to have got some of this stuff, because it was pretty full last time I looked. No further notes on there. Now, it does occur to me that I could cook some of this fish to leave in here. That seems like a good idea. Ain't nothing stopping me from doing that. And then, like I said, I've done a little bit of research on how this world is put together. So I found things like, for instance, a place that I can go to find a bamboo jungle and maybe bring some bamboo back here so that people starting out can have access to that stuff. Got a lot of the basics for building things, including enchanting. That's a pretty big deal as far as the enchanting is concerned. I found a neat little island that I might want to make a base on of some kind. Up north of that island is a pillager base, so I could make a base with built-in danger and or ability to grind mobs or do who knows what else. We'll throw that in there. There's also, I located Badlands, in other words, Bryce Mesa. So that's a little farther away, but it might be something to go and visit. And I also located a spot where there is a fairly circular lake with jagged peak mountains right near it. And so I thought that might be an amusing place to go visit as well. What I'm going to want to do is go with some of my stuff, or all of my stuff. I was slightly sneaky here, although not exceptionally sneaky, in that I do have some quality stuff. In fact, if I could, or I could hang around doing some fishing and waiting for something else to happen. Or indeed do some fishing during the evening and waiting for mobs to attack. Because that's how I got that one ender pearl. Got a nice little overhang here, so if we do end up getting ender pearls, that's one way of going about it. But I'm not going to do the night thing just yet. I need to finish my coffee before I'm game for that. Again, I'm not exactly a good Minecraft player. I'll enjoy this dock. By the way, off in this direction is one of those underground monuments. So you'll have those fish and the big boss mob that gives you mining fatigue and all that kind of stuff. The idea from this day being a sort of downtime day is from one of my acquaintances on Blue Sky. There's this young lady who goes by Nerdy Barbie, who is a bodybuilder and has produced a astonishing body with her exercise regime. It's extraordinary. And she mentioned a deload day. So I asked about that, and it turns out the idea is if you push really hard on stuff like that, what you can do, I got a stick. Okay. What you can do is pick days and intentionally dial stuff back a bit. Like, 10, 20% or something like that. Just lower the amount of load that you're under, specifically for the purpose of rebounding a little bit rather than just pushing full on 100% of the time. And it makes sense. Plus, when I don't do that, I end up crashing for like a month. So I was like, yeah, that could actually be useful for me in my day job, because I make free things for underprivileged sorts of people, such as musicians. Very much qualify as people that get taken advantage of far too much. And I do tend to go really hard because not everybody puts out a new plugin literally every week. That is somewhat higher productivity than a lot of entire companies. And I'm doing it all myself, including doing all of my own cinematography, management, everything, plus I have to mow my own lawn, all of that stuff, because I'm not nearly wealthy enough to get help with any of those things. So the idea of the deload day was welcome to me, and I decided I was going to give it a try, particularly since sometimes I can identify when I'm running at like full crank, which I think describes pretty well where I've been at recently. I like following biorhythms, although mostly just as a reminder that as a person, your state is not just a fixed thing that is always going to predictably be thus and so. Even as a man, I get monthly cycles of, like, with the biorhythms, they claim that you get monthly cycles of physical, mental, and emotional well-being. And I read that kind of more like energy rather than emotional good means you feel good is not necessarily the case. A extreme emotional high might mean it's more difficult to manage. And I find that when I get into the intellectual highs, that can be productive in its way, but it can also lead to me second-guessing myself or getting all caught up in, bad thoughts and concerns about the state of the world and all thus and so, which is legitimate. But being in a mental high can be, like Kanye-grade sensibleness of just spinning far too fast and not being able to engage with anything in a useful way. Boy, I'm getting nothing but fish. This does have luck of the sea, but I am not getting anything other than fish. Of course, that's fine. I am donating it to the community chest. At any rate, the work with Angle EQ and Angle Filter, which is not out yet, and notably Smooth EQ most recently, has been on more of an intellectual high type of zone where stuff is in gear pretty well. Like, I'm able to make things work, and that is gratifying. Like, it is pleasing. Let me get another one of those fish, and then I'm going to go and put them in the furnace. Is this? Nope, that's a salmon. I want to get another one of those fish that match the other fish I've already got, so I'll have 12. That's an inedible fish. So yeah, it's deload day, not least because I could just as easily continue to engage. And by that I mean last Thursday, and this is not to say that I won't do this again. There we are. Last Thursday I went and bought my neighbor's new plugin and used it to loop and jam with. Let's see, what else can we put in here? I can put those things in there. My dude here hanging around. I'm not going to try to farm him for XP. I never really trust that if I did that they wouldn't know what I did when I went into the nether. Although I'm honestly not quite sure how they calculate that stuff out. But he is a peaceful piggy, and so we'll just let him hang around going "Rrr." But yeah, while I was developing stuff like Angle EQ, I mentioned some other things. Let's see now. Okay, it's still just about noon. I mentioned trying out some other stuff, and that ended up being not what I expected it to be, but fruitful, to the point where I've got a new thing coming along pretty soon. It's just not going to be this coming weekend. I have a whole bunch of stuff showing up this coming weekend, so it's not like we're really lacking for things to do. And let's see, there we go. There's the shears, and there's something I can do with that. Also, we can make a few more arrows, I guess. Actually, is it even shears I'll want? Doesn't that just give you the honeycombs? Oh, somebody placed a block. Also, we got a random chicken. I wonder if that's the one that had got out. And somebody had done this a while back. I'm not really quite sure what they had in mind. But up here, I have been setting up a bee universe. And that works a little bit like this. I made a bunch of these hives, so I don't need any more of those. Oh, I guess it's the shears will give me literal honey. No, bottles will give me literal honey. But one thing I can do is make some more bees. There we go. That's probably all the bees I'll get for the moment, but we have more than enough hives to last, and we've got bottles that can be used to make honey. And they're all nicely stashed away there. With a little bit of extra stuff. So what I'm doing is basically just breeding the bees there, so in case anybody wanted to go out further and make their own bee world out there, or had need for large numbers of bees or large amounts of honey, well, then we'll take a step towards doing that. The row of trees is basically something that I do just when I'm chilling out, and killing time is generate large amounts of firewood that way. But yeah, when I was working on Angle EQ and then Smooth EQ, I think Smooth EQ worked out really well, although I've had a little bit of conflict with people on YouTube over it. And all I mean by that is anytime you're doing anything, you're going to run into a situation where somebody is mad at you and wants you to stop, or wants you to feel bad, or who knows what, something like that. You know, I really am tempted of wanting to get a blaze rod, although I'm not really sure. My sneaky hidey hole here. I am not really sure I'm that much in a position to do it. I could be, though. Here's the rest of my stuff. Also, I'm not even sure what I would do with these honey bottles. Suppose I can find out whether you can make anything out of them. Ah, you can. But you lose the bottles doing it. So one thing I should probably do is be finding places to get lots of sand. And that's fine. But yeah, the challenge I ran into on YouTube was people jumping into the discussion on Smooth EQ. Oh, and we do in fact have lots of sand. I could be making more glass. maybe I should. Maybe I should also grab some of these things and go on a journey. Figuring out what kinds of things might come in handy. We'll get some of that sand going. Building funny devices with all of this stuff is always a fun thing. You build things like the smelting thing, which fills itself up with charcoal that it smelts itself and stuff like that. So the concern I had, or the concern somebody had with Smoothie Q, was they felt I could go, oh, boring, useless, worst thing ever, because it cramps when you get close to the Nyquist frequency, so it can't be taken seriously. And of course, the stuff I'm working on is literally in other directions from that. And the Smoothie Q is shelving. Cramping does not matter nearly so much to a shelving EQ because it is not going to force the top of your band to go to 0 dB boost. What cramping does is if you're doing a bell EQ and you're boosting going up to the top of the range and you're not at 96K, which I like to record at, then if you try to do a bell boost, it's going to strikingly limit how high up you can go. And so people do things like oversampling, which, like, if you're going to be oversampling an EQ, why don't you just run at 96K and be done with it? But never mind me. Maybe I guess I just don't know about it or something. But yeah, the thing with the cramping does not relate to Smoothie Q, although it does relate to bell boost stuff that I do. For instance, the boosts, the parametrics in Console X and a number of other things that I have along those lines, those are subject to cramping because they are a naive implementation. I often like to do a naive implementation because it's less processing doing it. Now that can come in handy. I'll tell you what else might come in handy, having a bunch of obsidian if I do end up going into the nether. And there are places where I could go and get some. So maybe that might be a thought. I'll leave this stuff to go, and maybe we'll just go on a little obsidian run. I better remember where I had that. And I'm having a tendency to run around and not put my stuff back, but that's fine. Often the way that goes is I'd like to set myself up for going and doing whatever it is, but I also am not very good at playing the game, so I can get myself killed pretty easy doing it. And that can be a bit of a downer. I'll often go and light up an area like crazy just so that I don't deal with monsters because I'm not very good at them. Hey, Lucasipo joined. Presumably you are listening to the stream. Although I have remembered how you go about... Oh, see, I have made stairs for my incredibly steep downhill plunge. Yeah, Smoothie Q ended up being quite an interesting discovery. People seem to be responding to it pretty well, of which I'm not terribly surprised. I can see why that would go over well with people. I have a path out here to some caverns where I can go diamond hunting. Although I would rather do strip mining for diamonds. However, that is not really a thing. Not in this version of the game. I've got a long tunnel that goes back to literally under base, which I think this is where the obsidian hole is. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the obsidian hole was back this way. So we'll just go and do that. The trick with Smooth EQ is that I think I can get a better tonal quality out of what's meant to be a clean and non-colored EQ behavior. That said, the phase shifting around the cutoff point can still be a problem, but I worked out this method of doing however many bands of EQ and then stacking them up in the way that you can do. In Smooth EQ, I'm using a Bessel filter to do it. Is this where that is? Sure is. But I am omitting an important part. I have to go all the way back and get a water bucket. So we'll do that. That said, I went all this way here, so in theory I could go up to get back to base. That might be something worth doing. Might even be something worth doing today. Anybody who is going about the Minecrafty thing here during days when I'm not on, because I've been spending all of my time continuing to derp around with plugins. Again, the concept of, and I also have not made stairs for this area. That's unfortunate. The concept of the that downtime thing. I would call it a rest day, but I remember I was literally just talking about this and using another term, which I now can't remember. So it goes. Have we got? No, we don't. We don't have any buckets here. I'll have to, although we do have a nice stack of torches, so that's cool. But I need to go and get buckets before going and doing that thing. I had forgotten that part. Nice having stairs in places. I should go and grab more stairs and set that up. It's another little maintenance thing I can do. It's still daytime. So the idea crossed my mind to try to do a graphic EQ. Could also do stairs there. Let's see what we've got. I can make stairs out of that. And I do not have stairs out of here, but I have cobble stairs and some fancy stairs. Let's use fancy stairs for this section. Shouldn't take long. There we go. Lovely. So what I was doing was trying to make a steep filter, but I was also trying to make it out of the angle EQ code, even though I knew it did not behave the way that I wanted. I was like, why the heck not? Let's try to make this. And while we're at it, let's make a bunch of stairs. I could probably do this more conveniently, but whatever. Whatever works. Why did that show up in yellow? How weird. Let's have lots of stairs and put the remaining stuff back, and grab those water buckets I was talking about if I can find them. Signs point to yes, I can find them. In fact, maybe grab an extra one so that I can make a water station for anybody who didn't have water buckets. And as long as I'm at it, I had a bunch of... oh, no, I guess not. Got some diamonds, and I've got some more here. Let's make some community water buckets. Perhaps not literally all of them, but some of them. Wonder if I can get off of the pier. Probably not. Well, I can do this. Can't reach that from there. To some extent, there's no sense in going too whole hog decking out spawn, because this is relatively public space, so people who enjoy my work and like hanging out are free to do stuff. But then at the same time, there's also the capacity of people showing up just to spoil my fun. That is a thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be that big of a thing. Might not end up having that much of a trouble with it, but it is a thing, and that's one of the reasons I'd like to go exploring elsewhere rather than trust in constantly working and building things near spawn and assuming that that's always going to be fine, because I could show up and find that it's not. Mind you, I can make backups and things, but I'm also not going to lose my mind trying to make sure everything is fine. Instead, I'm going to just sort of do what I can with what I've got, and it's meant to be a casual sort of unwindy thing. Anyways, the EQs I was building. Smooth EQ is absolutely a helpful situation. The tone of this thing is working out very nicely. And so I was thinking in terms of what else perhaps might I be able to make. And I ended up trying to put together a stack of the angle EQ stages and run them in loops. Like, I'd already had the stages of this running in loops, but I thought I would number the frequency bands of it so that you could have any number of frequency bands, any number of poles, and it would still be a fairly tidy little... You'd be running 4 next loops, mind you, so it's not maybe quite as efficient as just coding everything in a line, but compilers are pretty good at figuring out how to maximize on simple things like that. And it's probably all to the good to just do it that way. And I did. And I made a whole stack of various things. What have we got here? This is exactly where I wanted to go. And this is exactly what I wanted to do. So now let's see about making things not with the good pick until I have to. I believe this is going to give me the ability to make a little spot that does not go down too far, he says, hopefully. Let's see how that goes. Do I have my torches? No, apparently I don't. Well, I know where they were. So now I'm thinking, how far do I have to go over to not dig into the ceiling here? Let's see whether that will do. Signs point to yes. So here's where these buckets come in. And one more. Make some infinite water source. And that's what I need for this kind of thing, because we are looking to go mining for some obsidian. Hopefully without falling in lava and dying, because that can be a complete drag. And in a moment I'll go over there and add even more, but for now, let's get these remaining bits of obsidian out. I'm going to have to do it from here. Technically, if I'm standing in the water, that's better. But this will do also. You just want to avoid being in the situation where you get swept by the water into the lava. That's the worst. Oh, no, I did not lose. I thought I had lost a obsidian, but no. No, it's all good. See, if I keep going in this direction indefinitely, this happens. And that might seem relatively harmless until the water doesn't take you far enough anymore, at which point you are in a world of hurt. Burny, hot, lava-y hurt. But for now, we are still good. And this is a fine place to go and get a whole bunch of, well, this also is a fine place to place the water even closer, so there is no chance of me being pushed into lava by the water. Even though it looks rather scary, but the speed of the water is always faster than you flowing on it. So that does work as long as you're pretty good about not doing it foolishly. Meanwhile, let's do more of the top layer, I think. And that can be done like this. Oh, I do need my torches. We're gonna go back and get torches. I gotta light up that area now. Also, by the time I get back, there might be monsters there, but what the hey. It's Minecraft, there's gonna be monsters. Yeah, so the developing smoothie queue ended up going in this direction where, bat fell in the lava. Poor thing. This is probably a fine place for me to do a little more of this, maybe. We're doing a little preparation here, especially especially since there was an end to that sentence. Especially since I'm thinking of going and wandering and roaming. One of the ways I could do that is in the Nether, because I have come pre-prepared, and I made note of where I need to make Nether portals in order to visit some of these faraway places. Now, the advantage of doing it in the hey Lucas Epo. I am able to type, but I will be faster if I can just talk. Also, over here somewhere is going to be the space where I skip one of these steps, but I'm not quite sure where it is. Yeah, so I can wander overworld, particularly if I have a bed and the ability to pass the night in a peaceful manner. But I can also use shortcuts and be making nether portals and scooting over to the places I'm thinking about. Oh, and that would be it. Cool. Let's start placing lots of stairs so we can get around here a little faster. People might want to go down here and get their own obsidian. It's really funny playing cooperative Minecraft because it's this strange mix of, and I'm sure that the professional Minecraft players run into this all the time. You want to play the actual game. You also want to help your friends do things, and yet the doing of things is part of the game. So it becomes this interesting situation where you're like, do I want to chop down a long row of trees? Why, as a matter of fact, I do. That's something that I did so that I could do it rather than just to have enormous quantities of firewood. Do I want to conquer enough of another fortress that I can have an ender chest? Funnily enough, maybe not so much. I could, but I'm not really as thrilled with that part because I'm not good enough at the game to excel at it. So it's funny how stuff works out. Also, things like elytras. Elytras are very neat, except for I'm very unlikely to get one. I'm barely able to fight the Nether Dragon. This is going to reposition these torches while I go. No matter, we'll get there. Here we are. So it all depends upon like who you're with and what you want to do in the process of your mining and crafting, as the children yearn for the mines. So the idea of traipsing about and seeing some of these things that I discovered were a thing does pretty much appeal to me. I'm just kind of trying to set myself up. Well, I see. We are done with this part. Oh, but we're not done with this part. More comfy stairs. use up all the stone picks making comfy stairs. Boop. There we are, perfect. And then this area is an area where I have to some extent explored, to some extent lit up, to some extent I've mined out all of the stuff, and in other ways, not completely. So people might want to wander over there. And yeah, it's just all part of the ups and downs and backs and forths of all this. Let's see. We can put some of those things over there for now. Let's go and get some more obsidian now that I've got comfy stairs everywhere. So that continuation of smoothie queue into a form where I could sort of automate it a little bit. Not really technically automate it, but I made a smaller routine by nesting 4 next loops. And that gave me the ability to stack things up a lot more in a tidier fashion. It's a lot more indirection, mind you. It is, I don't always consider that the most efficient way of going about things. Is like using the fewest lines of code to do anything isn't always the way I roll. But did kind of work. Oh, hi, we do have some things over here, don't we? Well, I am armed. And I do hear bad mojo, so what's going on over here? Okay, new plan. Run up there placing lights and then turn around and run back. It's up, up. Let's not get knocked into the lava. But you, sir, can come and chase me all you want. That's an enchanted bow. Did you drop the bow? No, you did not. I should have killed you with the iron sword I had, which had looting. Okay. Placing torches. Let's place a bunch of torches. Let's see. Running away again. Are you in the air? Also, I'm getting myself injured, and the last thing I want to do is get killed and have my good weapons and things get flung into lava pits. That would be on the bad. We're going to try to avoid that one. Nothing wrong with overlighting everything. And he's going to be up that way, I think. So the nice thing about this is the ability to uncover some more ores and things, because typically that's how that is going to want to go. Running around and, yeah, sir, not wanting your stuff. And this might have been, better continue to eat food so I can continue to heal. You get injured and then you're using all your energy up on healing. This is weirdly like the conversation I was having with the bodybuilder lady. Oh, and what have we here? It's just a passage where you can get through here. So that's all well and good. Probably not much else. Indeed, not much else. Boop. Excessive torchage is something I will always do. Do not need the spider eye. Now that this is all lit up, we can return to the obsidian making. and maybe even get rid of all the rest of this while we're at it. Because this is a fine time to do that, maybe. Old obsidian farm. What's on that side over there? I don't know. Well, we're going to go in there and find out. We got a whole layer of obsidian here we can use. This is one reason I go and... Oh, sand wants to fall. One reason I make a point of going and getting a lot of firewood and then a lot of charcoal, making it all up in furnaces and stuff, is so that I can do things like this. Just excessive amounts of doing my own lighting with torches rather than having to rely upon this stuff. Oh, I always want to fall. Do I have any? No, I don't have any shovels on me. Don't need any shovels on me. We're fine. But I could have if I wanted it. Wonder how far this goes. Let's find out. And it's going to be fairly deep, I think, so... It's going to go all the way over here. Lots of torches, lots of places. And so this is now a lovely big obsidian farm that we're going to continue to work on a little bit to collect up a goodly amount of obsidian and go from there. Starting with this bit that I'm not standing directly on top of, that I'm going to drop a water bucket in, at which point we are good to continue mining. See, that's the reason I like setting up things the way I like setting it up, is so that there can be a fairly chill procedure. I'm not really a drama-fancying Minecraft player. I like stuff being fairly laid back. Not to the point of doing my Minecrafting in creative mode, mind you. I have not tended to do that. I tend to play not only in survival, but I also set it on hard and then make sure that it's not actually hard. Go figure. There's some level of, I don't know whether you'd call it realism or just the way that I like doing it. It's like I like giving the game, oh, didn't mean to do that, giving the game a chance of biting back, and then trying to pay close enough attention to what's going on that I'm rendering it the more meditative experience. Even when it's that, it's like fake drama when you're doing it this way. And so you're getting swept over a lava cube that is just going to go away again. You can do stuff like stand on top of the other obsidian so that nothing is going to happen to you regardless. And that's fine too. Yep. It's this funny combination of trying to make things and building them in certain ways. Having it be at once peaceful and also dramatic. Oh, and I wanted to... I don't need that. Put some lights on that just because that is our water source. And I'm just going to mine up a bunch of obsidian, then we're probably going to wander around in the nether doing stuff. I'm pretty sure if I play my cards right, I can make the nether be relatively chill. Which is ironic, seeing as it is made of lava. But what do you want? Boop. And same thing again. Although if I want to be rigorous about this, I'll kind of start it like this. Because then I don't lose any bits of obsidian, rather than starting with the one that I'm on and losing the one that I mine out, and only then putting it into a putting water in there, and then from that point on, we're good. Any of these ways seem basically legit. So in talking about smooth EQ, and indeed angle EQ, I've been mentioning over and over between doing Minecraft things how I successfully got the for loop stuff going, which I have done. Tempted to try to mine out these. Let's see what we can make out of that. Nothing in particular. That was as far down as that went. Although if I allow that to stay there, we're going to have lava flowing in there maybe. So, oh, well, that was somewhat unhelpful. It's all good. That's fine. We'll see what happens. Running this for next loop allowed me to start experimenting with the graphic EQ concept. And the first thing I tried to do was build one that operated in octaves, because what I wanted to find out about was whether if you took a frequency in angle EQ, which doesn't have any specific way of, there's nothing specifically orienting it to frequencies like you would get in, say, a biquad filter, whatever, where you can spell out what that filter is and go from there. Instead, nobody knows what this one is supposed to be. And I made this and tried to sort of make it work. And found that it was, in fact, letting me do the filter that I'd wanted. See how it doesn't go down as far as the other one? Oh, oh, look. See, there's another reason not to do that. Let's fill in that hole, and then the water physics will behave the way they were going before. turns out I had like a 5 to 7 band EQ going, and it was working pretty well. It was what I had hoped was going to happen, is I would be able to make it work. I'm not sure that meant it was better than what I can do with biquads, but the thing that interested me was, could I make this work using less processing than you need for biquads? Because biquads, those are all well and good, but it requires a bunch of calculation. You're doing things like sine functions and, well, maybe not, but calculating the biquads can entail stuff getting more complicated, maybe. And I was not interested in being restricted to only being able to use this normal people style of filtering. Instead, I wanted to see whether I could do it with the angle EQ. And indeed, I got somewhere with it. But the next thing I tried to do was see whether I could adapt that to the Mesa filter I had mentioned, where you can have guitars and there's a 5-band EQ associated with that. How would it line up if I was trying to create that type of filtration? Well, it went pretty well. I'm just saying, that ended up coming along pretty well. I wonder whether enchanting this might be good. I can go a little bit more efficient as long as I'm using this for everything. Or have I already got it? I do? Okay. So that explains why it's going fairly well. That is in fact an enchanted. It's going fairly good. I've got nearly a full stack of obsidian, so that's also going fairly good. And there's plenty more where that came from. So you can probably guess what I did, given that I now had what was acting like a guitar distortion, which was I dug into FireAmp. Well, first thing I did was I set it up to do really steep filters and figure out how many filters I needed for that, and kind of wandered away from doing octaves. Octaves would mean taking the filter parameter and dividing it in half each time. Ooh, Lucas Epo, hard luck. Arg, arg, arg. That happened to me with 3 baby zombies one day. They ended up with, like, I had a diamond helmet and I'd managed to make a diamond sword and enchanted it. And the baby zombies took all of those things. I ended up fighting them hard enough to get the diamond hat back, which I'm wearing, but I never saw that diamond sword again. I don't even know what happened to it. So yeah, all of the sympathy for grappling with this stuff. Oh, there you go. That's what got me. Yep, they're the worst. Baby zombies are the damn worst. Do not like them boys. Ooh, terrible. That ain't good. I'll get this gravel and add it to the big stack I had. And I do know that is not going to be lava underneath it, otherwise all that gravel would be gone. It wasn't old enough to. Well, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he's just a criminal. From the behavior, I would venture to say that's a criminal baby zombie. Nasty critter. Did you get iron from a iron seam somewhere? Because one of the ways I ended up getting the amount of iron I've got is I did wind up finding an iron seam. Another reason I would like to move to another location is so that people who are trying to... Oh, Lucas Epo, are you not familiar with modern day Minecraft? You have some interesting discoveries in store. Like if you're mining around and trying to find iron, depending upon where you're at, but there's a lot of different ways that this can happen. You might find iron and then some more iron real nearby. And then even more iron real nearby. And you're like, what is with all this iron? Because you have found, oh no, baby zombie again. Because you will have found an iron seam. And that means you could have multiple stacks of them kicking around. Just all of this iron because it comes in seams now. Iron comes in good quantities. I think I'm going to leave some of this in the welcome box. Perhaps just enough to make a solid piece of just make a quick nether portal for somebody without going too whole hog, like leaving stack upon stack of it. Who knows, there might be some stranger coming in and all they do is they make a giant obsidian deck somewhere. Which would be amusing enough, I suppose, but not really all that funny. And rather wasteful. I'm going to try to avoid being super wasteful with the stuff that I have here. And again, before the day is out, I will have wandered off somewhere and we'll see some other places on the server while we're at it. Oh, by the way, also I have a bed on me, so if it comes to pass that you need me to sleep to pass the night, see, there's another thing, is what I should do is go and bring some sheep into that area. That might be actually such a good idea that I should do this rather than doing more of this. Although, I'll tell you one thing, was there... One thing that I really should make, let's go back over here. Okay, well in that case it matters not as much. And I have some chests on here, so what I should do is put some of the water bucket stuff there. And then I can go back. Yeah, that is absolutely a good idea. Oh. Let's continue to light everything up with the torches. All about making these work areas very peaceful. I'm tempted to try to dig up, but I don't trust the fact of lava being all over the place, so let's not. Let's bring some sheep over to that area that I've defined, where I am breeding and making the animals and chickens and things, so that I can do a little more of that, and then we can have multiple sheep for people who are showing up. And fair enough, man. Sounds good. So what have we got here? Well, we're carrying this. Got enough of that. Don't need that. I've got enough of these. This is for people who are in the mines. I probably don't need the stone pick. This is where you put stuff like gravel. Except for I'm going to be putting gravel where my other stuff is at. I also haven't gone down here recently, and in fact I have not put stairs in there. But like I said, I think it would be a good idea to go and bring some sheep over to that livestock area. The hope with that being that people who are cooperative can use the livestock area the way it's intended, but also that there's so much there that if people are not cooperative, like you're not cooperative, you're not supposed to be there. You're supposed to be outside where the livestock goes. Yeah, if they get too out of control, I'll just harvest them. Meanwhile, how do we get out of here? Oh, somebody got, that's probably where the chicken came from. Somebody got out of there through breaking. That's not what they're supposed to do. That's all the things try to come out when you do that. And in fact, they have. So I'm going to fix that now. I'm not quite sure what it is with the AI of these guys, but it's very much the case that if you let them have an escape route, they'll be like, yay, an escape route, and then they will go and use it. And I'm not entirely enthusiastic about that. I would like the things to remain. And you're going to just fly down into there if I give you a chance. And I have torches on me. So this is probably a fine time to light this area up a bit. Oh, I hear trouble. Ha. I'm just going to go through here, lighting, and then run back since nothing was there, and light a bit more, and then continue out and either sleep or possibly not, because Lucasipo is on the server and doesn't have a bed. So what I'll do is go and deal with more of these animals that escaped the pen. Consider one-shotting them a more kosher way of going about it. Not that it matters infinitely much as it is a video game, but all the same. I could also ask Lucasipo, would you like the night to pass and the rain to go away? Because that is doable. So what were we going to give here? We were going to give some amount of obsidian. That's actually a fairly large amount of obsidian, but all the same, it'll do. And we'll collect the feathers. We'll collect the glass. Yeah, so Lucasipo may or may not. Oh, nope, I'm the only one on the server. Lucasipo is logged off for the moment. So, oh, it's not a thunderstorm. Well, then never mind. Being as it's not a thunderstorm, it's not going to be dark enough to be a problem. I left a little arrows for people who needed them, and of course a stone sword, things like that. A little more in the way of string. So I am considering whether I can go a little hard on this. And it looks like I will need to get a little more in the way of XP. Only 3 more levels, but it's doable. We'll leave the chicken where that goes. Grab the sticks and do more in the way of arrow making. If I can remember the recipe, there we go. So that's a good amount of arrows. I might not have infinity, but all the same. And I haven't been using that bow because I'm not really... I haven't been going into the way of danger as much, seeing as I'm not actually a good Minecraft player and all. Let's see. Okay. 1 more iron. Meaning I could make 1 more bow just to test. Some of this is just to test out, and this is a fancy book, but I ended up having 2 of them off of fishing them out of the ground, out of the ocean, the water. We don't actually fish things out of the ground. Where did I place? There we are. The trick that I've been doing with the enchantings is making sure I've got a certain amount of lapis, so people should be able to use that if they want. But I like to keep a variety of things kicking around, including books, because then you can check and see what is showing up on the enchants as you go. Like for now, I don't have many enchants available. But if I go and do this, and then that, I should probably make even more charcoal. And then I test this out, it will show me that there's a power 1 or a power 2. That's something I'm assembling things out of. I can make a Bane of Arthropods, yay. That is a sarcasm, yay. I can do an Unbreaking or a Lure or a Luck of the Sea. And for the iron pick, I can do Efficiency 2 or Efficiency 3. The ones to be interesting there are not necessarily so much fortune, although you can mine diamonds with the... So that is legit. And then as soon as I've actually enchanted anything, all of those will reset. They'll all be different. So the trick is like calculating stuff out to optimize the balance of these things. And that's one way of doing it. So in a way, I'm tempted to go for the iron pick method. Although I don't honestly have all that much to do with it. Let's see, what else have we got? Kind of a big nothing. That's fine. Wondering whether I should put a bunch of shovels over where the gravel place is, because we don't need the gravel to sit here. Oh, I'm going to leave that flint there. It is possible that people could use it. I'm making a point of trying to have some nice things here so that people who come and visit understand that that's the way this place rolls. Up to and including a bow and a few arrows, even. So let's do that very thing. Won't be necessarily right there, but let's place a chest with shovels in it. Oh, I forgot to put back the fishing rod, that's what. Boink, boink, boink. I was trying to remember relevant things about how I was doing this, and that's the bit that I forgot, was the fishing rod. And I've put my other one away. I do have a nice enchanted one. And then we'll set up the gravel station where there can be a chest there. And these things can sit here for now. And then I can use up this shovel on this. Thus getting a little more in the way of flint. And then we can put this back afterwards. But I'm going to use up this entire shovel doing it. If I wanted to be real helpful, I would put in an enchanting table. Not an enchanting table. Well, that's convenient. I had forgotten that this is a perfectly good way of doing this. And then you jump off into the pool, which is safe. And end up with a little more actual gravel. Boop. And so that's how this flint making area works. What were we doing? We were bringing some sheep over into this pen so that they can be bred and so that people can run around with shears and get lots of wool and make lots of beds. I have specific ideas on how I want that to go. There were sheep living over here. It's in the wild. I'd like to go and find 2 of them, ideally. I mean, I can also start breeding them over there, but then I want to lead them. Dum, dum, dum. Oh, copper. And then once I've got this sheep situation at least a little bit started, at that point maybe it's time to go and look either in the nether or go wandering. Ah. So there's one of you, but we're not going to make hybrid sheep cows. Ah, but we're in luck. Assuming, of course, that the sheep followed. It has. You are to make a lamb, and then all of y'all would follow me. And if we run across another cow, I will grace you with food as well. It's so cute. But this is the long journey towards... Oh, there is another cow over there. Okay, this might be your lucky day. We'll lead everybody... We'll scoot over this way in order to bring this guy back. Okay, good enough. And we're going to avoid the pit into the bowels of the earth. And this time it's going to be cow time. So now we have the... Oh, the cow's lost interest. Seriously? You guys are not very smart. It's a peaceful area that I'm leading you all to. Assuming, of course, that I can place a block effectively and get into it. I think I can. But this is the procedure for animal leading. Looks like I'm going to have an extra one added. And nothing to do with it. As long as the sheep are coming along, that's all I care about. Boom. So yeah, I mentioned all of the smoothie queue work. I'm pretty happy with how that's working out. What I hadn't mentioned is that I have continued in that process. Oh, good, very good. To the point of... keeping an eye on all this. To the point of making that guitar EQ that I wanted. I think I ended up with golden ratio between bands rather than 0.5 between bands. I had to space it out in a particular way because I needed to make it so that both at 44.1K I think they can find their way in. If not, we'll figure it out. Oh, they did. So now it's happy days for literally everybody. And we'll be back to deal with those sheep later. By which I mean make more of them. For now, that's a start. If I can get more than about 5 or 6 sheep, that seems good. I'd like it set up so that people who wanted to make beds and go out exploring and do the thing can start with being able to make their own bed right away. And so that... What? You come out of that real quick, don't you? I came flying out of there. Also, sir, I am disappointed with you stealing my stuff. That makes me angry. So I'm going to make you angry. So that I can get an ender pearl. I believe I have those stashed in the double secret. It's not really double secret for anybody who's watched the stream, but I don't care, whatever. Oh, thank you. Okay, it's day. You, sir, are a good example of somebody who I'd like to set up so that you have the opportunity to make a bed. I should put them in here. I should make some beds and put them in here. And you know, there are ways I can go about doing that right off the top of my head. I have the shears. I wonder if you can make fortune shears. Hang on. We've got enchanting, full-on enchanting. What do you get when you try to enchant shears? Nothing. Okay. Never mind then. Had a feeling that maybe you could do the thing. I would really like to get a Fortune 3 pick, even if it's only an iron pick, because I do not run across diamonds nearly as often as I think you should. That's something I find kind of disappointing. So let's run here quickly and get some wool for making beds with. And I can make one and leave it in there. If that is, I can find the other sheep. One hopes. Also, one of the first things I ever did in Minecraft was build a chicken bomb. Crazy chicken thing where, they lay eggs and you lay eggs in confined space in which you have those funnel things. You know the kind. Oh, there's the other sheep. And you can make a dispenser fire eggs that it gets out. And so you just have the chicken in a location. Here we are. 4 of those. Yep, hoppers, that's what I'm thinking of. So you have those in a redstone machine that just keeps firing off, the dispensers. And eventually they will continue to make more chickens. Not all the time, but you can make a chicken nuclear bomb where the number of chickens in there is so great that they're laying lots of eggs, which are causing more chickens and so on and so forth to the nth degree, and it becomes quite ridiculous in a delightful way. Oh, and I am up to level 10 somehow, probably through the sheep stuff. So let's do more sheep stuff. I could be at the point of combining these 2 bows. Now I'm also tempted to keep the 2 bows because then I'd have 2 bows, and if I lost one of them, I'd be able to take the other one and go and use it. But then since it is my technique for dealing with nasty mobs that I don't want to deal with at a distance, having the more powerful bow kind of works for me. Plus, I can do I think I got to those power levels simply by combining enchantments anyhow. Like I was able to do multiple power 1s, and I just combined them, and it didn't really take much in the way of XP, and the enchants didn't cost very much, and the enchants didn't use very much in the... Hi. Hi, Fran. Look at you. Do we have more of you? Let's find out. I went too fast for it. It got lost. Bunny! Oh, don't hurt yourself, Bunny. What the heck? I meant you no harm. I've got plenty of food. I don't need to be using bunnies for food. Be like using bats for food. They're too cute. So have we got more sheep? Maybe up here. Signs point to no, and that's completely fine. If I do find one, I'll bring it my direction. Heading back this way where that one was hanging out. I think that's a second. I don't think that's the original one. It is a dumb creature and has fallen into a hole. Are you a mountain goat or are you a sheep? Find a way to come my direction, please. Look, I'll make it extra easy for you. I'll build you a bridge. Thank you. We're going to lead you to the other one, and then both of you are going to come back to the ranch. But I'll make it worth your while. There's the other one. So let's run back and forth between them until we get them both coming this direction. But first, it's time for you to do something adorable. In Minecraft, it's adorable. In real life, it'll have an adorable result, I suppose. Be a little grittier. Oh, and we've lost him. Come on. They got lost in the high grass. By the time I'm done with this, I will certainly have the ability to make an extra bed and leave it in the welcome shed. And if I don't have a shears in the ranch chest, I should put one. You guys are not quick, are you? Yeah, so I ended up making a guitar EQ that has many layers. And what that led to, I knew people had been saying Angle EQ as it was acted more like a guitar cab because the phase was so completely smeary and stuff that it was doing a good job of giving that kind of vibe. You could really get rid of the highs with it. You could really force it into a zone that sounded like speakers, even though it's not, even though it is still a DI sound. So what I ended up doing was first taking this graphic EQ that I had built that I was trying to tune to like the Mesa frequencies and stacking it up enormously, making it really a high level of we're going to be getting there, yay, a high level of performance out of that. Then after having doing that, how are we looking? Looking good. Now that we've got you all in here, I have apparently put away the shears already. Huh. Go figure. Do I have one in the chest? Well, I can't reach the chest from here. What ifs? Yay, 2 lambs. And that did give me a little more in the way of XP. Quite funny if I end up getting to my 11 point purely through like breeding the animals. You and you. And you two. And then I'm gonna, oh no. And then I'm going through the underground and getting some sleep, although I haven't thrown these eggs. I'm running to bed. I'm probably 20 seconds away from it. 10, 0, boom. So my calculation of the time was somewhat off. No matter. Where did I put that dumb shears? I know I had it, but I didn't have it on me. Did I put it down here? I did not. Well, let's not care. Let's just make some shears and share them. Boop. And then I can use that. And then leave them in the crate. Boop. So yeah, I started putting together this guitar EQ. And the first thing I did was run it into FireAmp. FireAmp, you see, is a pretty decent, like, high gain soft saturation. Not the greatest in the world, but it's fine. It's okay. Put that there. Might as well put that there. Let's get some more wool. Yeah, I can't get wool from the little lambs, but they'll be turning up later. And that's probably an okay start. $15 wool. We're going to put some beds where they need to be. That area is walling off a bottomless pit from the animals because they will just fling themselves into the bottomless pit given half a chance. Hey, I gotta check one of those times. Don't know where my other shears went. You know, that's exactly the direction that my talk was going. Because you see, when I made the graphic version, not really a graphic version, but kind of like, I should make this so that you fling yourself off into the water. That would be hilarious. Rush out and go, wee, splash. Oh, there's the other shears. Well, fine, now I've got 2. And do we have more wool? No, but we've got some stuff, like these oak planks. So that'll make me 5 beds, and so I should have things pretty well set for people who wish to, I don't know, catch some sleep. Boop. And then mine. You know, I am wondering about I'm wondering about making another cup of coffee, but that's not really along the lines of the deload. I think it was deload that she said, the weightlifter lady that I'm talking about. I think it was a deload day is the term for it. Come on, yo. Thank you. You getting bothered by skeletons? You know, I have another path over here somewhere. This is the one. Ta-da! Oh. While we're at it, let's put the small amount of extra food in here as well. There we are. Looking good. We'll throw a little more of that in there. See, I'm deciding whether to make another cup of coffee, which I really should not do, or simply go and deposit used coffee, shall we say. I think that's going to be the one. I am tantalizingly close to being able to There's that fishing rod. There's yet another shears. What is with all the shears now? Guess I put them all here. Looting sword, thank you. I'm glad that I now have more of those sheep in there. But I can go on the hunt for critters that escaped the... Oh, Lucasibo. Escaped the area and are not bees, because I'm not doing anything with bees other than making more bees. Yeah, man, the fancy diamond sword that I lost to baby zombies was fire aspect, which is not necessarily what you want, interestingly enough. And it was very cool and all. Hi, are you a sheep? If you're a sheep, then we're not getting any XP off of you. On the other hand, the chickens are fair game. Got there. And I do not have any wheat, so I cannot lure the extra sheep, but I can make note of where it's at. It's hanging around up here. It needs to be brought back into the fold. Because we have an actual flock. Oh, somebody's been here. I didn't do this. I didn't do that either. Oof. I'm usually pretty good at not leaving partial trees. Let's go and bring the additional sheep to where it needs to go. You know, if I had been clever, I could have brought the wheat with me. Yep, so we got our shears for shearing sheep. It's going to be dark pretty soon, but I don't know whether I can get this sheep in time before dark. Meanwhile, where are you at, lost sheep? Yeah, it was roaming real far, wasn't it? Well, now we're going to make it to the haven. Let's pretend you're a mountain goat. We'll just take a really steep path. We'll take a really steep path and go straight in over the top. Come on. Yeah, somebody's been getting wood out of here in a less than tidy manner. All right, mountain goat roots engage. Come straight down. And these guys are going to make it impossible for me to even get in here. Also, I can't reach them from here, but now I can. And I think the sheep made it. Good. Down into the hole and sprint to the bed. Again, about 15 seconds probably, perhaps a little bit longer. 10, 5, one hopes. In. Alrighty, hopefully that went well. Thank you, that's what I had in mind. Hey. Serious bow. Now, maybe I might even feel safe going into the nether. But first thing I'm going to do is drop off some of this cooked chicken for newcomers. And perhaps drop off more redstone dust, because I don't really need to be carrying that. I got a bunch of obsidian. Don't need to be carrying the wheat. Let's run that back over to where it belongs. My placement of all of this stuff is... it's not the most well-organized base. It's sort of a series of bases in various places. Now, I'd hang out in there, except for that is... well, this is probably not going to take all night, so... or all day, rather. I am just scooting off. Oh no, I'll hang out on the... somebody built me a dock. I have used the dock that somebody built me. But what I'm going to do for now is head off and relieve myself of used coffee. Yeah, that's the term the weightlifter lady was using, was deload. And it's very relevant, I think. It's something that I find very useful. Let's see, how are we at? Oh, that'll save me from giant plummets. I got a water-associated helmet. It doesn't have much in the way of protection. This is going to keep me from getting attacked by piglins. I've got a bed, not that I can place those in the nether. I can have a look and see what the area looks like, I guess. And I've got my obsidian and flint and steel on there, so we can actually do some traveling this way. It'll be interesting to see what that looks like. And my hope is that the immediate vicinity is like cool and safe and stuff. Looks okay from here. I do not seem to have anything other than the really good pickaxe, which is not necessarily optimal. But one thing about it is it's going to help me make a space around here that is somewhat protected. And now I got a whole bunch of blocks for doing stuff with. Oh, hi. Where are you at? That is why I would like to have better sheltering in here. It's kind of what I was shooting for. Don't know where that thing is. And I'd like to have more area around here that is built solid and safe. So we're going to fill in some of this. I'm not even interested in any of the resources to speak of. More, I'm just interested in making this be secure. Jerk. Where are you? Was down low. That implies I can, if you appear from under there, I could get off a couple of arrows. Oh, I can get off a couple of arrows now. Gotcha. Only needed one. Let's continue with trying to make this a secure space to the best of our limited ability. Ability may be real limited, but it's fine because we'll try. So that's a little spooky, but on the other hand, if we build around there, we can make a wall, maybe? It'll be somewhat less likely to be in a world of hurt there. I am kind of tempted to try to make a little room, but that was actually all I had, so... but... You know, I can do better than that. What was that about? How did we break that? Oh, I didn't break that. Whatevs. Time to make something cool. Actually, can we make something even cooler if we, can you do cool things with these? You sure can. But not like that. We are totes going to be making something cool out of polished deep slate. Thank you. All of our building is either polished deep slate or maybe I'll make slabs. Those are good, right? Bunches of slabs. Also, seeing as we've got all of that stuff, what was I doing? I put those in a silly place. Let's not. Let's set up that initial base to be secure and nice. Without too many nasties in it. Gotta get a better pick than this. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a fantastic pick, but I'm using it up this way. Although I will simply use some XP and restore it. But this is a waste of a good diamond pick, man. It's an Instaminer at this stage. So over there is the area where you may not go. Oh, look at the baby piggy going so fast. Thank you for not being a zombie and going that fast. I hate those. Let's see how far out we take this. I do not want to run into too many of those nasty guys because they will use up arrows, and I don't feel I have all that many arrows handy. I've got some. I wouldn't go so far as to say I had lots. Key thing there being that even though I can build out the netherrack a bit, this stuff isn't as easily broken by gas bombs. So that's why I've got that in mind. In fact, I can even I go too hard with this, it'll end up being kind of consuming of blocks, but I do have a whole bunch. We haven't even yet used up all of these blocks. And again, this stuff is not explodable in the way that netherrack is. I don't think I need to go all that way up there, although if I don't, gas can show up above this wall and go, whoa. I'm not sure they can see through glass, so that's... Oh. Hi. Okay, so here we are being slightly unsettling, but we're basically fine. As long as gas don't sneak up from behind me, which would be unpleasant. Actually, I can keep going. This is fairly peaceful out here for now. I do have some torches. I do have some chests. I can do a little bit more in terms of dealing this place up properly. But for now, oh, fell down. That's okay. I'd prefer to be inside this area anyhow. And I do actually have a bunch of glass. Maybe that would be a fine idea, is to go and begin the process of making some windows off of that, because that'd be much better. I like that idea. Let's do that idea. Small amount of netherrack. Oh boy, did that use a lot of deep slate. Well, that's fine. I'll be getting some of it back, most likely. Because... oh. Although this is making me a little bit sad, I would not mind having colored glass. The question is what color, because white glass is going to be a little bit I'm not down with the look of that. So what else do we have that can be used as a color? I bet there's lots of that. Pink petals. Leaf litter. Can you make leaf litter into brown glass? And if you do, does it look any good? You can make pink petals into pink dye. You cannot make leaf litter into anything. Or at least if you can, I don't know how. So that's a fair caveat. You could make green glass in the nether, that'd be weird. What do we have in quantity? I'm wanting to make a bunch of glass. What do we have in quantity? Petals. We got mass quantities of petals. So we can make pink glass for the nether. Sure. Let's see how that looks. Also maybe panes rather than blocks. Oh, hang on. That's not the recipe. That is. You can get more out of it that way. That's lots of glass panes. So if those stop ghasts, if they don't, it'll be a very quick learning. We will learn real quick as to that they don't. But if it does stop ghasts, then all to the good. You can have wonderful, huge picture windows in the new thing. We've already got it so that it's a safe place to work. Well, unless they show up over here, which is also possible. But then we'll be dealing with that. Okay, so gotcha. Lovely. There you are. Okay, that's a bold visual gag, but whatever. Oh, I don't like that. I think I can get it if I'm just careful. It doesn't feel good. Don't like that. And then flush with the wall. Like so. Ah, and I hear you again. We get to test it real quick, huh? Are you over there or are you over here? Whiny little bugger. That's not actually that great. It's too close on this side. We'll expand you out a little farther. I see you. Way the heck over there. I can get lots more cobbled deep slate. So that's going to be just the netherrack side. Alrighty, so I am not entirely sure of the pink. Maybe I would have been better off with white, but what I was hoping for was black, but I haven't been making nearly enough squid. I have to be hunting squid to do that, and that has not been happening. And seal it in the roof. This is where we can use those slabs. That should work. That ought to work just fine. And I had torches around. Piglin? Piglin. Hi, Piglin. I am one of you. Or at least you can't tell different. Hi, baby. I do not have any gold. But I see that you are very curious. I'll bring you into the overworld. All right, catch you later, Lupiesico. So here's something that I can do already. Let's put some of this stuff away. Gonna be wanting to use that, and gonna maybe need to stack that. So one of the fun things that you can do with this sort of thing is do just tunneling around to places with nether portals. So your nether travels are very well secured, and they're not dangerous at all, but they can cover huge amounts of ground while you do it. And that is an entertaining way of going about doing things. You go about doing it carefully, and it's a very meditative, chill kind of way of going about making things. So this roof that I'm making is probably going to be spawnable area, so I might want to light it. I could make it slightly lower, I just don't choose to. I feel like having this be a tall ceilinged box. It'll blend better with stuff that way. Also, now I can't have ghasts coming in from overhead or other kinds of monsters dropping in on my head. This becomes a very secure area. And that means I don't have to use as many of the polished deep slates. So this just ends up being exactly what I would want. Boop, boop, Bob's your uncle, and I think we have a enclosed space. So how do we end up going up top? Well, I'll make a stairs literally here using just this. Although I should be more cautious because at any point I could be exposing lava that falls on my head. And that is less desirable. And it really is something that I could be doing there, so not of the most excellent. I'll try to think it out better next time. Also, this will help this be visible from a distance in the event of coming through other places to here. Put a little netherrack in. I should really have some regular old stone picks. But that said, now that I've got that set up, I could definitely do this. And although I cannot, he says as he tests it, make stuff out of netherrack, nope, not a bit of it. Or polished deep slate. I do not think you can make stuff out of that. I made all of my things into polished deep slate and slabs. Huh. Well, you know, it's all good. So we could theoretically go up here. I could go and get more polished deep slate and finish off this wall now that I don't have to go up there anymore. Ooh, a little more nether quartz. How much more polished deep slate would I need to finish this out? Bearing in mind that I could be using slabs for that, I'm just probably not going to. Always a little bit wary of like opening up a pit into lava underneath my feet. This is the nether. You don't necessarily want to mine super quick. But that is something nice. In quantity to boot. Prepared to run away like mad if I open up lava, but I'll take this. Absolutely. I just want to make some electronic gizmos. That'd be on par for how I do things, you know? You could picture Chris from Airwindows making electronic gizmos in Minecraft. All right. How much of this do we need in order to finish it up? I think I have more polished deep slate available. I think. A moderately limited quantity here. I put it away. Here we are. Lovely. Need some torches in here. And flanking the door. And on the sides of, can we put that on there? We can put it there. Lovely. And what direction does this go? Can we make a tunnel through this? Would that be useful? Because there's places we could go here. I could go on some traveling, perhaps not with all of my good stuff, but I could go on some traveling. And where would we get to? A lot of the places that I find interesting are very negative Z. That is, in fact, the direction that this would go. And they are also on the negative X. That is the direction this goes. So it could go off that away, maybe. Maybe. I'm happy that I have this, though. I could just be smelting nether brick and make this all from nether brick, but this is the first nether base, so I feel good about kind of going hard with it. Hi. Yeah, over there. It sounds very nearby. Ah, those noises from the dawn of time. I was listening to those noises so many years ago when we just first started this. They had invented the nether and nobody knew that it was the noises of somebody's cat. Meow meow. Yeah, got enough for making the box a solid box. I want to find out whether the guy can see me through this pink glass. He's pretty much at full volume no matter where he is. You can see me through pink glass, then everything becomes stone. But at least his shots can't blow up this cobbled nether stuff. That's why I'm making it so sturdy. Look. And having done that, we will immediately cut a hole in it and start making a tunnel. Hopefully without too much drama. Because there is tunneling availability that can be done there. And that's as far as we go before we start pillaring out in this direction in horrifying fashion. And that could be something that could be done with lots of netherrack and without any valuable things on me. And no XP. One of those Minecraft suicide missions. But we do actually have a pretty decent amount of netherrack to do that with, so that's all good. Here's our polished slabs. Here's just the tiniest bit more polished deep slate. And I never did end up doing nothing with that obsidian or flint and steel. Probably won't. Let's drop those chests there as well. The hope being, go out somewhere cool without carrying so much, because I don't trust my ability to play this game successfully, so I'm simply not going to. I'm going to just assume that I derp it the whole way and it doesn't really work. I'm also speculating on the idea of making a 2x2, but yeah. One thing I could try to do is move this stuff around a bit. For instance, that seems like a good place for a crafting table. The chests could be over by the windows. Actually, the way this is at, we don't actually even need the double chest yet, so perhaps not. I have my axe, I do. And I'll tell you why I'm going to do that. because I'm going to make another tunnel that sort of fits in the same polarity as this. And let's see how far in this direction this goes before you are falling down an infinite waste. Or I hit lava, which is always a possibility. I do have lava management abilities, but right now we're looking to just only do this. Oh, neat. Okay, so that's over into that area. Hi, dude. And you can keep going that away, which might or might not be worth anything. Okay, there's a couple of cardinal directions. Here's a dude that's sharing my little tunnel. That's fine. I'm going to be real careful with him. And there are other possibilities, but we're going to leave these ones unexplored for right at the moment. See, the one challenge about trying to use netherrack for making paths through the air is super dangerous, because if a gas hits it, your path is gone. So are you, but I mean the path is gone. And I'm just not that kind of comfortable with being in the open nether, because I'm not a very good player of this game. I spend most of my time making plugins, and so that doesn't really worry me, the fact that I'm not good at it. It's like, yeah, whatever. People gotta do what they gotta do. If I'm not mistaken, I think people have done, like, slabs as their main... Well, it's a little harder to place, though. If you make the path out into the abyss over slabs, you're going to get more of the slabs out of that, but then it's also going to be a fussier placement. It'd be daytime. Oh, we've got lots of cobble. Cobble's just as good as deep slate. I just use the deep slate for decorative purposes. But that doesn't mean we can't load up a bunch of cobble and bring that to the nether. Probably a good idea. We'll put the quartz back. Oh, let's make some extra flint and steels while we're at it. That seems good. We can do with that. And restock these while we're at it. Not that we're doing anything with them, but you know. And make even more of this while we're at it. Everything's about while we're at it. You know, if I carry a bed, I can explore overland more safely than I do in the nether, and then it's just a matter of making a shortcut using that method. And I do have a bed. And what I was going to do, I think I didn't actually get very close to doing, was set this stuff over here so that I can make a couple of extra flints and steels to put in the nether base for the use of people who might end up in a terrible jam. Like that. Hi. Don't mind me. Crossing paths. Boop, boop, and boop. Meanwhile, let's carry my obsidian around in the overworld, shall we? Because I might find a use. But this is for people who want to explore from this direction, even though it might be scarier to a lily-livered Minecraft amateur like me. He says, even though he's been playing since like 1.6. It doesn't matter. I must have had black dye enough to make that. Coming out. Lovely. Coming out and hanging out in my space. Oh, another bloody... I heard that. You, buddy, I don't want your energy. I am mad at you. Let's you and me fight. Not that close. One hit with the diamond. And we use the looting sword. Did it seriously not give me anything even with the looting sword? Dang it. Give me my gravel back. Jerk. Well, I got 3 of the things anyhow. Okay, what were we doing? We were going over here to try to breed more of the sheep. There. It's fun making mega builds sometimes. This does not qualify as a mega build really, but that can be a pretty fun thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's beginning to get dark. 5. And over. Come on. Wait, over here. And then we'll ride at some of these dumb cows. And then having done that, I wonder if the zombie pigman will count as a bad guy I don't want to go to sleep around. I also appear to have left the wheat in my inventory. Oh, doesn't matter. Alrighty. So this is probably a good enough time to go exploring. I've got the makings for probably at least 1, if not more, nether portals, probably 2 maybe. Got some logs, got some steak, got a couple of boats, various things, bed to sleep with, not many torches. Can I make more torches? I'd be really surprised if I couldn't. I 100% can make lots more torches, so that's fine. And that's coming along well enough. It's more where that came from. Contemplating going out armed with cherry wood. Or failing that, I can go out armed with some stacks of these nice flower blocks, of which I have a goodly sum if I need to build anything. Liking the idea of that. Let's do that. Yeah, so I can make houses out of that. I can leave the wheat there because that's for feeding the animals with. And then let's see what awaits us as we go wandering off into the distance. So like that Dawn of Minecraft guy that was just exploring, just going off in a direction. Oh, now I wish I didn't put that away because these guys could all be going into the... Before we do get too busy here, this might amount to something. Well, what was over here, though? I hear nastiness. Ow, sir. I found nastiness. So what are we supposed to do with that? We've got bad guys. Clap, 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 clap. He's done. He can't climb up that way. We can go down into this weird little space, which actually has some mineable resources while we're at it. And it leads to other creepiness. Oh, I know where this is. This is right nearby our base is where this is. See, we're just right here. Well, we don't need any of that, but won't hurt to get a little bit more iron. Never hurts to have extra iron. And these dudes did not have an easy time finding their way up. I should not have done that with the pick, but whatever. In fact, let's not. And there's the remaining iron that I'd seen. I knew there was some around. I mean, that's acting almost like there's an iron seam there. But there probably isn't. That's probably where a creeper blew up. I'm going to bring those extra sheep and chickens to where they belong. I mean, it's not like this is exactly a motivational, high achievement Minecraft stream. Far from it. This is the deload day, the derping around day. So the fact that I didn't get hardly anywhere is fine. Oh, but can't go there. Oh, also, if I want those chickens, I have to have seeds. Here we are. Nothing like having a plan. This is nothing like having a plan. Up we go. Over we go. Well, here's where the chickens are all hanging out, so let's get those. Oh God, how are there so many? Also, that's an ominous looking place. I should light that up. I lit that up. Come on, all y'all. I don't know how you all managed to be over there, but you need to be over here. Follow me. All of you that are actually able to. Now fly and be free. When I do make the chicken bomb, it'll be all the easier for the number of them that I have here. And of course, that number is going to become larger very quickly. Also, I'm now holding a kajillion eggs to the point where maybe it would almost be worth it to harvest more of these eggs where they are, which is everywhere, and then make one of the classic chicken making bombs. Because finally we've got so many eggs to do critical mass. It's a thought. 16, I think that's, yep, that's as many as I can carry at once. Cool. The way these things go, I'll probably use all the eggs making the chicken bomb, and then none of them actually produce a chicken. But what the hey, we can but try. It's also good to try not making those things laggy. They are better when they are not too laggy. Oh, well, it's almost night. Next, the sheep. And in about an hour and a half, throwing stuff out for tacos, because it's going to be tacos today. And this will have been a nice, chill deload. I gotta remember that because it's a great word for this kind of thing. The idea is that you work really hard on stuff and you can place a lot of load on yourself doing that. And it's not so much running around having fun and whatever so much as working because you are under load and then lowering that load and calming down. Now, what can we do with this weird place? What was that funny glow in the distance? Perhaps it was a glow squid. We do have some cool lichens here. Oh, that funny glow was literally a skeleton with a magic sword. I'm not sure if I like the sound of that. So there's a limit to how deep I can go in here right now without having gotten shot at. But I think I can go over this way. Place that. Dang it. Go into my inventory by accident. That is not good. What would be worse is go into my inventory by accident and then plummet into that pit. But right now we're not doing any such thing. Right now I survived. And one of my initial plans, can't eat raw wheat. Oh, look, you're trying to follow me out. Good, you should do that. There's several of you. One of my initial plans was to bring the stray sheep into here, but I'll settle for a couple of more chickens. In fact, I will even make an extra chicken. If I can. I guess I can't. Alrighty. Well, I suppose I can roam around getting more eggs. And one of the things I needed to do was eat a little bit of food so that I can recover from having gotten shot by the skeleton, because I totes got shot by the skeleton. I knew he was there. I just kind of allowed myself to be a target, as it were. As one does. Sometimes one does. I'm gonna have a lot of eggs when I'm done. Maybe that means I can do the chicken machine. Like, way back in the day, that was like the first thing that I ever made in Minecraft. Speaking of making things, maybe I can, well... So if I make a path out this way, does it just mean that things are going to come through here and go out? I wouldn't like that. Let's not. Also, I think I have covered... not quite sure how I managed that, but I covered chat. Sorry about that. Must have been clicking on something in OBS. I feel like I would like to scroll back a moment. Will I do that? Yeah, I covered up chat and people were talking all kinds of audio stuff and everything else in chat, and I've missed it this entire time. God, that's terrible. Yeah, this is how much I've missed. Now I want to read what it was. I will. Let's read what chat was. I wasn't able to answer Jacoby Cherry. Maybe my chat was able to answer them. Jonathan's got an M1. Yay. Talking about how fish here. Cool. John Dalb is enjoying my stuff. That's cool. Fire amp rather than fire band is what I'd be talking about. Console LA is kind of the Quad 8, although in a limited fashion. I could probably do it more in future. Yep, there was a lot of chat, and I missed all of it, but whatever. Now I'm actually caught up, so technically I'll be able to see chat now. And I can also go back to here and do another iteration of seeing if I can get those dumb sheep. This time I'm not going to be distracted by chickens. I brought enough chickens. Is the day looking good? And I'm still rather interested in doing some exploring and seeing what other places on this server look like. It's just that for right now, I've been somewhat distracted by various goofy stuff. But I remember there was a bunch of sheep out here, or at least 2, and if there's 2, I can bring 3 back, because that's how that works. Well, that looks kind of cool over there. I will go investigate, but not right now. The caves on this version of Minecraft, man, they're just... some of them aren't really what I would want. There's a sheep, and there's another sheep, and we sure have a whole bunch of... yeah, we can go in here. It's a pity I cannot bring multiple kinds of animal at once. Hey, Lucasipo. And now that I can see chat, Jonathan's asking, am I going to release the 6 Signs and Search XT patches? Yes, I have to make more of them. Perhaps that could be Thursday. I have every intention of letting people have those patches, but might need to be not today. Because here's the thing, I think I could do more. Yay, yet another. And now all of y'all come this way to join the other farm animals. Oh no! You get back here. You're supposed to be following me. You lost track. Can't get over it that all of these cows are like, food, but then the sheep completely ignore it. Okay, come on, this way. Yay, got there. Food for animals, all the animals. I'm gonna end up with a lot of eggs. Maybe I will be able to make the mysterious machine. We'll see. For now, I'm down to the final bits, and that's it. Exit. See, there's caves around here, but I don't know where they are. Yeah, I'm not concerned with making patches for the Search XC people because they're not asking me for them. If they were, I would absolutely give them. and because I'm not sure I'm making enough for them to be interested in. Plus, I have a tendency of making patches that are designed to work in unusual ways. So I'm going to make another pass out there. And this one's for harvesting stray chickens with the looting sword. So I should end up being able to get a bunch of feathers, and that's all I need for having a bunch more arrows, which is going to come in always handy. All the chickens up in this area that are stray are marked for feathers at this stage. I would rather them... Not that they're giving me any, but that's the hope anyhow. Would like the ones... There we are, it's the little feathers. In the place to be the ones that are hanging around. I'd like them to be in the pasture. I'm not really quite sure how they're getting out, but maybe they're just kind of naturally spawning. And I will also fill up the stock of food. Oh, not you. Somebody's feeding them, or? I'll fill up the stock of cooked chicken for the guest place, the chests that I'm using for that. But that looks to be about it. Oh, except for there's clearly a cow down there. There is absolutely a cow down there. Alrighty. So while we're at it, we can have a look at what we're seeing out here. Here's a little archipelago that could work. So if anybody wanted to be here, it looks pretty nice. Oof. It might have sounded bad, but I do have feather falling, so it wasn't that bad. It sounded worse than it was. Leaves on the ground is pretty cool. Well, that looks a little weird. I'm not quite sure what that's about. Black glass. You are my jam. That didn't give me that much. Okay, that's better. As long as I'm doing it, I want it to work well for me, rather than just being wasteful and mean. Oh, hello, what's this? What have we here? There's a good way to swim at speed, and I'm not quite sure what it is. What have we over here? Let's find out what that is. If there's a good way to get over there. Off we go. So given that it looks like it's somebody's build, I'm not going to mess with it, but I want to see it. I suppose it is possible that there is a natural spawn that does this, but I think that's probably somebody's build. Whoop, up we go. And up we go some more. Well, I like it, whatever it is. Oh, I think I remember somebody mentioning this. Oh, love it, love it. No notes, perfect. Perfect in every way. Somebody colonized a floating island. It's one of my players around here. So I often like making stuff so that there's stuff for me to do as well as a place to be. Speaking of which, I bet I could get off of this and keep going this way and see what else is over here, because somebody is homesteaded around here. But I'm interested in exploring and seeing what's in this world. Okay, over here we have a tall place, and over there we have a tall place. In fact, that's pretty consistent. There's a tall place there, and there's an even taller place there. Also, I think we might be seeing a village. Looks village-ish to me. Ah, and we have a surface stalactite cave. That's pretty cool. Digging it. So if anybody wants to go and colonize there, they're going to have to light everything up pretty good, but it looks cool. What's that? Oh, okay. I see what we've got here. We've got a party of these guys. Wouldn't it be cool if they had their base like inside there? I don't think they do. But that'd be pretty cool. And I see a crafting table, meaning that is not a natural spawn. That somebody set up camp there, so cool. Cool, cool. This is going to block them pillagers, so I guess maybe that is what this is about, is we're setting up camp over here in order to do cool things in the stalactite cave. Cool. That meets with my approval. An interesting and cool way to use this place. I am going to want to find my way to a stalactite cave myself so that I can get some of the stalactite pieces. Also, are those torches or are those flowers? So we got another little house and replanting for trees. And I'm going to keep going because I think this way might lead to points of interest. Or donkeys of interest. So let's see. So the Z direction have ideas in mind as far as places to go. This is going to lead me to, let's see, so if I find my way over to here and then just keep going, I will get to something. I made a note to myself that there was something that could be amusing to seek. That said, I'm going to keep an eye out for when I need to sleep. In fact, now would be a good time. Respawn will end up going right back to spawn. That's what confused me, as I said respawn, and then the next word is literally spawn. So I was like, respawn will take me right back to home. No, not quite. Spawn. World spawn. Oh. But I'm not seeking world spawn now. I am seeking interesting other things and interesting other places. And in passing through them, I'm also demonstrating them to anybody else who comes in place. Ooh, look, pumpkins. You know what we can do with pumpkins? Find enough iron mines, or make enough iron mines, to make tons of iron golems, and then we have backup. Spooky Scary Cave. You're going to catch on fire, buddy. Oh boy. Wow, that is a big drop. Jerk. I walked right into that one. I did not need to do that. That was so completely my own fault. Meanwhile, this is a big old cave right near where the stalactites are. Lots of bats and everything, so that's cool. There's some more. Not quite sure what those bushes are. Here we are. I was trying to find the way of doing that. Lots of eggs on me. Gonna grab some of these pumpkins and then we can grow them. But not all of them. Somebody else might come by and need pumpkins. Oh, just a little pond. Can pretty much leave these chickens alone for the time being. Well, I can leave them alone, or I can make more of them. Make slightly more chickens. Go ahead. And either that is... Well, no, hey, I kind of like the look of this. Not dangerous, and yet there is all kinds of resources available. I say not dangerous. I can't actually prove that. But dangerous or no, there's still a lot of resources available. Huh. Oh, okay, I broke a thing where there was stalactites hanging under it. That is a quick and convenient way of harvesting more of them. Although I don't want to go scooting down into the water on top of one of those, because I think it will probably stab me if I did. But that's going to give lots of those guys I do think they stab you if you go wailing into them, but I'm not going to do that. And what have we here? I think that is one of my players. I'm not entirely sure which one. It's either that or it's a woodland thing. Looks a little more like somebody who has logged on and is playing. I like the idea that this place can be kind of like a civilized version of your H2V2 or whatever, those wild and anarchy servers, except for this is the wild and anarchy server in the direction of nice. Oh, but this is actually a village and not another player. So there's probably going to be villagers hanging out. If they didn't all get attacked and turned into zombies. Which is a possibility. Ah, 2B2T. I can see the chat now. Haha. So we'll leave the villagers doing their thing. Console LA and MC would be mostly improved just by improving their algorithms. Oh no, Lucasipo, chicken jockey? Yikes. Also, I have my bed with me, so let me know if you need me to use it. Yeah, I think there's something to be said for just... Granted, that is a very old version of Minecraft, it is. This is much more recent. It is actually running pretty well. It runs arguably better than the Snowball Madness server that I had. So let me see. I'm still waiting. Yeah, the Minecraft stuff for me is specifically about not doing an ambitious project. And I end up catching back up with this stuff like every year or two, honestly. I'm much more likely to be doing some kind of coding thing or whatever, because that's really my main thing. Oh, it is going to be nighttime before terribly long. Maybe I will sleep in the town. Oh, and we've got an iron golem. That is literally what I got all of those pumpkins for. Ah, we do not have... Oh, is that an iron block? Well, that's interesting. This is a new thing to me. Maybe they'll let me have a bundle. Also, digging on the emeralds. Sorry, guys, I feel like I can take your emeralds. How do you use a bundle? Let's find out. Can I put things in the bundle? Oh, hey, dude. Sorry, I beat you to the bed, and I'm going to take it away again after I'm done. Told you so. Okay, so the bundle is full. It appears to be a pretty good way of decluttering from random crud. I like the hell out of that. I'm not entirely sure what you're supposed to do with that, but that's cool. I need to learn how to craft those. That is to awesomeness. Big fan. Big fan. Need to learn how to make bundles. Meanwhile, have I brought my bed? Yes, I have. Kitty. Yes. Scoot, scoot, scoot. I know, I don't have any fish. Wish I did. Yes. I feel just the same. So, I believe this is one of the things I was curious about. Floating thingy. Oh, there's a little more iron. The spooky cave. Namely, here's the location with the cool mountain. So we'll go and say hi to the mountain. See, I had identified this as a jagged peaks near a kind of lake. And it looks like this would be the lake. To the point where you can go sailing around on the lake a little bit, see what's going on there. kind of steep. Maybe not the most picturesque in the world, but certainly an area to check out. And this part ends here, so we have a little kind of lagoon. Not particularly near the mountain, but then as we keep going, it shows up. I might not want to derp around over there without, like, leather shoes. So I'm pretty sure that's the... Oh, I could get more ink sacs, but maybe not right now. And man, the rivers and things used to be much shallower than this. And so this ends up being a nice little lake. It might or might, Teriel, it might or might not be the same world that I've been playing in while you were watching. It depends. If it was one with all kinds of weird spheres and stuff, that was a different, older one that I wasn't able to maintain. Or rather, I tried updating it and didn't succeed. Let's see whether we can climb up this at all. Here we go. And what have we here? It probably is the same world then, yeah. If for a Minecraft player, this is accessible. I'm deciding for myself whether I want to do anything around here. If I do stuff around here, got access to the giant pit into the middle of the earth. That looks like that goes way down. Yep, I bet that goes way the heck down. And so does that. So deep holes. If you work out how to join, then you may. Ooh. Did I put away zombie flesh somewhere? I don't think I did. Ooh, playing with no mouse would be quite hard, I think, yes. Oh. Random spider noise? So the wolves ought to be safe enough. Seeing as I'm not attacking them, I could befriend them. Can I feed them? Do you guys eat chicken? Signs point to yes. Woof. More. Hi. Let's give you food too. I think that means I am befriending them. Although I would imagine that they would be following me, so maybe I'm not doing it right. No matter, I wasn't going to use that food for anything anyway, so we're all good. Hi, you can have food too. All y'all can have food, even if you're not becoming domesticated. Being kind to puppies. Ooh, here's another look out onto crazy steep ravine time. We'll go around here. Here's the edge of it. Yep, yeah, you could go down into there. I'm heading towards the mountains, but I might not want to be doing that. If I run into deep snow, which I may very well do, I think I see it, and it won't be safe to walk on. On the other hand, I'm having a decent enough time finding my way around. Like, there are kinds of snow where you can fall deeply into it. And I'm looking to see whether I can figure that out in advance. I'm pretty sure diamond boots are not what helps you there. Oh, cool. Oh, less than cool. How about you guys all come out and... How about I run the hell away as fast as I possibly can? And then eat some food. I think I can outrun baby zombies if I go hard enough. Now I will also heal. Now I look back and see if they're coming for me. I think I got away. Sure is. So if it is nighttime, I can sleep. You could try that. Is it a thunderstorm? Ah, okay. So we can pass that if you sleep. Lovely. Yeah, not going back up there again. That was all baby zombies and stuff. It was bad missing. But I can continue exploring, seeing as now it is the morning. Go find some more peaceful places to be. Manu, hey, long time no see. I need to learn how to make a bundle. That's cool. That is handy as anything. Oh no, I ran like heck away from the zombie baby. Those are trouble. So yeah, as I continue to go in this C direction, I don't know how long it's going to take me, but I should come to other interesting things. It doesn't count as one, but I can get past. Pretty much just doing a explory thing here. We're going to see what's what. If I run into trouble, I'll take a wide berth around it. I am a farm maker, not a fighter in Minecraft. Oh. Okay, a little hungry. You know, when we get to the savannah, it's not as cool without lions, I gotta say. Well, that's interesting. Underground passage. We got a lovely white horse, and we have got warm chickens. Cool beans. So, as we keep traipsing along, there's a place where you could go down into some kind of cave. Ooh. High, sort of a ridge. Can't really get over there very easily. But I think I can climb it. So I see something of interest over here. This might not be the spot for it, but if I can find bamboo, I will be well pleased. I'd like to bring some of that back. Set it up so that people can have access to bamboo for things like the scaffolding. That said, this might not be the spot. But we do certainly at least have jungle trees here. So that's pretty cool. I could try to set myself up with some jungle tree materials. Not a giant jungle tree though, but if I could get the materials. Let's take a minute and give it a try. Oh, I should not be using the sword for that. That's wearing it out. And those noises are almost certainly stacks of vines breaking. Alrighty, one jungle sapling. Odds are, if I can get 4 jungle saplings, I can repeatedly do jungle tree making. So we're going to clear out this area. I do not have shears on me. But I wouldn't be terribly surprised if I could get the requisite number of saplings for doing more. Because I would like that. It's a fun way of making large amounts of wood. Grow yourself a giant jungle tree and then climb up to the top of it and chop it down. You could even say it is a desirable way of doing that. So let's see. I think that does it. It did. Ooh, it's a warm weather pig. That said, I can also do this one just to be sure. And if I had shears, I'd be able to get vines, but I bet I can get vines without too much trouble. This is fairly close by. I don't really anticipate that much trouble with it. Like, surely it's in caves and stuff too, right? I don't actually need to go and smelt me some iron just for the purpose of being able to... do we not drop any? We did not drop any. Hey Pig, also, what's in here? Well, this is a pretty little scene. Check that out. You could live here quite comfortably. Put up some fences around the outside, maybe. Doo-doo-doo. That looks rather ravine-like, but it wasn't quite as ravine-like as all that. Yeah, jungle trees and jungle wood is awesome. I'm a fan. And now we have a desert area. So, seeking lots of glass or whatever, this would be a place you can go. I hear spooky noises. Not quite sure what they are. Might just be sand getting ready to fall. So it's going to be sleepy time pretty soon. I see some... I am able to sleep, so the noises around here are not mobs. Oh, I'm far away, yeah. I'm doing a big explory thing. Is it simply bunnies? Is that what I'm hearing? Ooh, camel. Check it out. It's a whole camel. So I haven't befriended that mob, but I bet it can be a friendly mob because that just kind of figures. You'd expect to be able to ride the camel. But does it have a bridle? Can't possibly. No, it doesn't have a bridle. Can you? Neat. So we've got at least one camel here, implying that there's probably more. I also think this desert area is very weird because it makes so much noise now. Such a noisy desert. I bet you can. Well, we saw where it was. See, there it is over there. Also, all the cactuses have flowers on top, seems. That's neat. I don't know if it's as easy for you to hear on stream as it is for me in front of the actual speakers, but man, deserts make so much noise now. And I don't think it's actually the bunnies. I think it's more than that. I was just wondering whether the deserts are making hostile mob noises, but I suppose not. But man, desert is making so much noise. Such noisy deserts, jeez. Buns a hoppin'. See, the challenge there is that the noises that the desert makes is similar to like mob noises of some kind. And that's a little disconcerting. Ooh, hey, another camel and also lovely coral place. That's pretty neat. Tropical fish. Very different colors of water and stuff. And this is apparently a desert ocean. We can go through the tropical ocean past boring little island. Although, I mean, I don't know. How if you made a base there, it wouldn't be as boring, would it? It would become a little bit more interesting because it was your base and it was your island. That is a coral formation. See, I would love that stuff if you could use it in some way. I think it's very limited as to, you can't really do much with that. It just kind of is what it is, you know? But it is a pretty ocean. Definitely a pretty ocean. TNT dupers, huh? And now we've arrived somewhere else that's cool. I'm going to do this on land. Boop. Give me that back. Ooh, bit of a steep chasm there. Well, not that steep. So they used to call this Bryce. I just call it, that's pretty cool. And it's nice that it is in a location that is not all that, oh, Lucas Epo, good for you. Not all that far away from spawn. Oh, 1 diamond. Ooh. Oh, did I miss the sand buildings? I will believe it. Little oases in the middle of all of this. Hi. 2 diamonds, good for you. And one of these. Along with its little spiders, which I'm maybe not going to deal with. With the spiders being around makes the ambient sand sounds all the creepier. I'm not sure whether it's supposed to be wind or what, but all the sand sounds like sand slipping through an hourglass. It's like whoosh. Yeah, and all the wandering around here, I'm typically just going, oh, let's look at all the cool natural spawns. It's usually not all that amazing. It's like, it's fine. The fact that it's eroded badlands, that's cool in its way. But one of the challenges with getting all excited about the natural stuff is there's lots of it, but it's all kind of the same. In making any game procedurally, that's part of the challenge. You can make all the novelty in the world, but if it's all basically more of the same, then the novelty isn't going to impress that much. There isn't a intentionality behind it, which is a common problem with procedural generation. Quite interested in game design of this sort. Not done all that much with it, but I do find it quite interesting looking into this kind of thing. There, now we're at a top of a slope. One thing about Badlands is it's Badlands, there's nothing here. Would pose a challenge to do much with it. There's not even any sand anymore, it's just this brick stuff everywhere. Tall hills around this one place, though. It's pretty neat looking. I hear noises like I keep hearing, and I keep expecting like something to happen, like a new mob is going to jump out. It'll be like the creek or whatever, the creaky things jumping out and going boo. And yet I think it's just environmental noise. Oh, spooky as a whole. Noisy deserts, man. Noisy, noisy deserts. I'm chasing the setting sun over this. See, there we are. Stars coming out. Time for me to get a little bit of sleep. Pink sounds. Well, I hope you can find like my plugins and stuff anyhow. By the way, Lucasipo, with a bit of luck, you can sleep. Let me suggest that. Ah, very good. Good enough. Just logged off. Okay, it's all good. The sound picture of this place is really quite something. It's new to me. I have not experienced Minecraft deserts or Badlands being this hardcore. Am I going to jump over that? Oh, God, no. No, we're not going to jump over that, even if I could probably make it. Probably good enough at parkour to do it. Not going to risk it. Let's see what's sitting around over here. Looks like this is the edge of this area. So this is where you go if you want to build stuff out of terracotta. We've got plenty of it. And that wasn't anything. That was just floating geometry. Floating terracotta. Being Minecraft, it does not fall. So let's see, where would be... Oh, I know. Got kind of a backwardsy way to go. We'll do all the exploring today. Birdie. I have feather falling. That didn't hurt. Yeah, sure is lots of eroded badlands. I don't want to go down because I feel like I'll end up getting stuck in stuff. Also, coming down from eroded badlands can pose difficulties. I am on the top of a spire. I will go sideways on until there's a way to come down. You want to eat chocolate? You know something that I do? I like getting those Ghirardelli chocolate wafers. Oh, hello, I could probably do that, but it doesn't look very comfortable. But if I go around, which is going to take some doing, or indeed not be possible, I go through. I don't feel good about going through. I don't like that. Oh, nothing to it but to mine it. All the little noises this place makes are very much like monsters running around. So creepy. Just a bit. Can you come through this way? Oh, I expect not. Oof. That didn't really hurt. A little mountaineering, no big deal. And now we're down on the red sand again. Pink sounds, as far as logging onto this server, you have to be able to read what's on the screen. If you can do that, that is the secret you need. Now let's see what the heck direction was I wanting to go. How about this way? Oh, that's true. It is mentioned on the Patreon, isn't it? Well, that's cool. Not a problem. So let's see. I'm going to say this is the right basic direction. Now don't feel silly, it's just me fooling around. I like to be friendly and helpful and positive, but most of the friendly and helpful and positive is directed towards plugins. And so with something like that, I just play. I will not speak out loud or say any of those things. And so therefore, those who are quick enough to observe can go, hey, I figured it out. Oh, there's another camel. Or maybe it's the same one. Oh, but this is not how I would want to go. Man, it's so noisy in the deserts now. It's amazing. I'm glad you enjoy my work. That would be my hope, is that it is doing some good. People are getting something out of it. I mean, ideally, people would not only be getting something out of it, but they would start doing their own plugins and things in turn. It's set up so that you can. The MIT license means you can start with my stuff, and as long as you credit Airwindows, as far as I'm concerned, you're good. So let's see. We're going in the right direction. If I believe I'm corrected that we're going in the right direction. And before too long, it's actually going to be time to get ready for tacos. I should have stayed in the deserts. Not that I'm not still in the deserts, mind you, but should have stayed in the deserts for a more appropriate location for tacos. Boop. And another, hey there, he smiles. I'm going to let them entertain themselves. I don't know enough about these guys to pay much attention. Ooh. Hey, it's a desert village or something like it. Yeah, so I have a destination here. I'm not telling you what the destination is, but I did hint that I was interested in picking up some bamboo. So there are locations where I'm pretty sure I could find some, and that's what I'm heading for. The details are going to remain details. I just have a basic idea as to what I want to accomplish out of that. And what's wrong with floating around on a big old ocean with a bunch of coral, figuring out where to go next? And to some extent, where to go next is basically just back. Like I'm basically just heading back. I thought maybe with some of these locations I would spot like amazing coolness and amazing, interesting things to look at. And it's like the classic Terry Pratchett, where you'd label a map with MMBU. It's miles and miles of bloody overvault. Well, it's MMBM, miles and miles of bloody Minecraft. But I'll probably find some kind of location where I'll just like make another base or something like that. I've got some ideas. It's just that the places that I had noted down as I should go and look at them, I have now gone and looked at them. They're fine. Also, this might be a fine place to put down a bed and sleep. Lovely. This is a cute little itty-bitty island, I must say. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, look, we even have a ability to go into underground caves. Which I've done enough of now, but you could. Where's my boat? There's my boat. Gonna be more this way, I think. In particular, there is this... Oh, yeah. Well, Lucasipo, do you play modern versions? Do you play modern versions of Minecraft? You might need to do a little research. This is like 1.15 or 1.25 or something. No, it's 1.21. It's 1.21.5. You have to pay attention to where you're mining, because in the modern versions, it's all very different. I would actively encourage going and other people are managing it, so hopefully you will, perhaps you don't have the right client. Oh, I'm not quite sure what to do about that. I'm using the IP, so that's mysterious and confusing, and I don't know why it's doing that. I will continue my pursuits of going in search of whatever it is that I am in search of. Oh, thank you. Right now it's me and Lucasipo. And I think Lucasipo is coming here over just the internet, so that's mysterious. I don't think I have a weird port. I mean, given that I'm not having any troubles, maybe it is that I do have a weird port, but I don't think I have a weird port. Oh, turtles! Turtles. Oh, yeah. Okay, so go and look at the Patreon, and that's probably what you need. Go swim, turtles. You're much better swimmers than you are crawlers on sand. I guess they don't want to go swim. Very mysterious. I promise I did not plan for that to become a puzzle or a challenge. The fact that it is, I don't know. Again, it sounds to me like Lucasipo went to my Patreon. Oh, very good. And that's where you found it. I do not... Oh, no, you're getting shot by a skeleton? Terrible. I don't understand why I'd be able to post a IP out of the Lunar client, is what's allowing that to happen, and it not be the right one. That seems weird to me. Ooh, armadillo. Look at you. Wow. We got tons of armadillos. I don't know what we do with them. I'm actually not going to do anything to them. They are fine. Oh. Okay, I'll listen to them. They're kind of grunting and lamenting. Oh. I wouldn't have any clues in the actual plugins. Those are reserved for being plugins. That is amazing that I found a bundle in one of these chests. I now want to find more bundles. That's a cool thing. I assume you can probably craft it. Oh. It's a cool yellow bed. You can have my white bed. I will have the cool yellow bed. Very bright and lively color. Bundle in which is carried things. So how do you empty stuff out, though? Okay, last in, I guess. Man, the noise of deserts is amazing now. Can't get over it. That's something. That's really something. Another bright yellow bed. Okay, so this is the place with the bright yellow beds. I have swapped my white bed for one of them. Maybe that was where I was. Boop. Kitty. Flower forest, that's nice for if you want colors. I like colors. Colors are good. I am into them. Gotta learn how to get some bundles, mind you. Gotta figure out how to do that. Don't want to go there. Alrighty, back to the seas. See how far we can get now. Ooh, look at Sipo. Yeah, I am quite open about how I've had such difficulty with mobs that I really just kind of avoid dealing with them. I treat them as if they are some scary, terrible part of the game. And the weird part is I set the server too hard, knowing that I don't like mobs. But then I'm basically avoiding them as best I can, but setting the server to just go hardcore. And then it's on me to avoid the problem. Oh no, that happened to me early on in my playthrough. I lost a fire aspect sword that way. A fire aspect diamond sword that way. Ooh. Yeah, I respect the determination of trying to go forth and conquer the game in all of its challenge. I respect that, and yet you'll find I don't necessarily do it as much. I have trouble with it. And I feel darkness is falling. And soon it shall be time for me to sleep in the cool new yellow bed. Let's give it a try. Okay, sleeping. Let's see how far these rivers will take me. Yeah, me too. I tend to like to make farms and keep it chill. Oh, Lucasipo found your stuff. That's awesome. Makes me happy to hear it. Oh, there's an interesting achievement. I wonder what that means. I think that's blocking some kind of monster from something. So let's take this river over here. See where it goes. It's taking me kind of the wrong direction a little bit, but that's fine. We'll figure it out. In some ways, it's still the right direction. Ah, blocking an arrow. Oh, careful not to run over the bumblebee. A whole bunch of them live there. Projectile. Projectile is something like an arrow or a thrown thing. See, a object or weapon. Oh, am stuck. This narrow spot. Say hello to the donkey. Hi there. The noises of the desert in this version. I can't get over it, man. As soon as I'm around a bunch of sand, all of a sudden everything's like... just going bonkers. Although apparently not here. I guess beach doesn't count. Or does it? These delicate little sounds. The sounds of sand, apparently. It sounds disconcerting as far as I'm concerned. Wasn't expecting that stuff. It's going to be a row your boat day. I can probably... It's almost time for... oh, another one signal diamond? It's almost time for warming up the... oh, hello. Mushroom stuff. Warming up the oven. In fact, I feel like this is a fine time for that. I'm going to go and turn on the stove and preheat it for my tacos and get the cheese that I like to use out because I keep it in the freezer. So I thought I'll be back right in a moment. Shouldn't be long. Alrighty. Yep. It's a particular kind I always get. It is Monterey Jack from Cabot. So it's not some special taco-oriented cheese, but I use Cabot for a lot of different stuff, actually. Oh, where am I going? Huh. Which direction should I be going? This direction. So maybe I can go around this area and continue to use the water for it. Yeah, there we go. It's starting to look right. Starting to see the right kinds of trees for what I have in mind. If anybody wants dark oak, here's where you find some of that. Yeah, it always reminds me of, let me see. Let me keep track. Make sure I'm not out of sorts here. It always reminds me of, apparently there was some time a while ago, some people who were not liking immigration were making a big fuss and going, oh, I can't have that. It'd be terrible. What would happen? There would be taco trucks on every corner. And I'm like, that sounds awesome. What's the matter with you? That kicks butt. I'd love to see taco trucks in every corner. I don't, but that would be nice. So I think we're getting into the, oh, these are different colored flowers. What's up with this? Wildflowers. I like it. I can even put one of them into the bundle. I picked them again. Yeah, that's cool. Having different colors of that seems cool. Yeah. Also, think about it. I mean, that's small business. If that's the sort of thing you like, then hey. I'm not saying it's a rule and you have to like it, but yeah, I'm going to be making tacos. I get to have tacos. What's going on here? Oh, hi. Well, this is an interesting looking place. And what am I carrying? Gosh, look at that. I'm carrying stuff. Let's maybe take advantage of this craziness, because I've got all the things that I need to see what would be here if we used it. What lives in here? Oh, we got one extra obsidian or two. Got an extra flint and steel, but I don't need it. A fire charge. A badass Aqua Affinity helmet and Some stuff with curses on them. I'm not really quite sure what that's about. Bits of iron. Very neat. Shall we find out what is going on over here? Seems like that might be a little bit of a plan. Let's see where we come out. Without falling in the lava. Mind you, if I had my water bucket. Oh, also it is getting dark, so I should go and sleep. And I feel certain I can do that with a little bit of work. All right, sleeping. And then when I wake up in the morning, we go into the nether. Thank you. So this is a wild, spooky thing to have here. But I mean, seems legit. Also, can I do anything with this, I wonder? Do you keep it or does it just go away? You keep it and it's crying obsidian. I'm not sure what you do with it. Suppose I'll find out eventually. Does this need to be this big? I think not. It'll be a noisy little nether portal if I let it be that big. Or that tall. I think it does have to be a certain amount of tall, though. Thank you. Let's see if I can mine this one as well. I can, but it's about to get destroyed. Let's see if doing this forces it into the... It did. Oh well. It was just a piece of obsidian, it's fine. Yeah, I want the flowers. I like the wildflowers. Although, I'm carrying them anyhow. So now I'm carrying even more. And that can go in the bundle. Cool. There. There's a proper nether portal and no mistake. Or at least I'm pretty sure I haven't made a mistake, and I didn't even use up any of the obsidian. Now we find out what's in the other side. Where did we end up? Ooh. Okay, well, for starters, we're on the ground. And we got a lot of dudes. Nobody's cross with us at all. And there's a lot of space around here. And that's going to do it. I don't figure I can do that much more about this, although, do I have torches? I do. That piglin has a cool crossbow. He probably wouldn't give me it, though. Back to the overworld. Alrighty, so that's neat. I'm going to make a little note of where I was. Just because... Oh, was that? I'll go more directly to where I was, and then I'll know. Three, four, five by... And a little quick math will give me the nether version. So there we go. We have another portal to go to, assuming it's possible to find in there. And if we can set that up, that'll work out reasonably okay. And there we are. That was fun. If I find any more of those, I'll probably finish them off and go into the nether and see what's there. Because doing that will force a portal to appear in the nether, and those could end up becoming useful navigational things. Plus, this is an okay location. It's a classic Minecraft forest. The fancier locations were pretty much just about the same kind of stuff, really. Not that impressively better for all that they were. Supposedly quite different. Here's a birch place. Got all the birch place. Here's a ravine place. I honestly, find that they make these like this. It's cool and all, but I can't say as I really like it all that much. I'm going to skip over this little bit. And rather than plumbing it into the depths of the earth, continue to walk. Hoping to not inadvertently plummet into the depths of the earth. Minecraft's ravine game these days is really kind of hardcore. There. Now that we have done another thing, let's go back to the derping around in boats thing. Nothing quite so fun for derping around in boats. Any spruce wood? I don't think I have any, but I dare say you'll be able to get some at some point. Hey, remember how I mentioned something about bamboo? I had mentioned something about bamboo. And that was for a reason. It's a darn good thing to have around if you want to do stuff like make scaffolding, and it grows incredibly fast. And now I've got some bamboo. And I'm pretty much all full up with stuff at the moment. I'm carrying so many damn things. I don't suppose I need the terracotta. I'm not doing anything with it. Probably going to pick it up anyhow. Well, let's see whether we spot any more. There should be the area for it. Yes, no terracotta, please. I certainly don't need netherrack. That must have been just one of the things that I had around. I'm sure I can find wildflowers somewhere. Also, it's going to be sleepy time before very long. Let me see. But, while I'm at it, more bamboo. And now I will sleep by a pond in the lovely yellow bed. Yep, so zzz. I will type it. Very well. Got there. Well, it's not going to be here. This is bamboo place. I mean, this is birch place. But I bet you it's going to be a... Hi, spider. What you doing? It's daytime, so you're going to be peaceful. So I'm not going to bother you. Sir, I said I wasn't going to bother you, but if you insist, I can always do with a little bit more string. How much bamboo have I got? 29 now. That's a good amount. I think that's a perfectly good amount. I should be able to make plenty of more bamboo out of that. Time to head for home base, because I don't think there's any further things I really desperately need. Like if I can't get a jungle tree growing, I can always come back out here for that. I probably can get a jungle tree growing with what I've got. Okay. I will keep an eye out for a spruce tree, although I'm not sure I'm going to find one. This is jungle domain right here, so. And there's a little oak. Oak is not what we're talking about. I assume I would recognize a spruce tree if I saw one. Perhaps not. Yep, fair. Sparse jungle seems nice. getting much closer to home base. By which I mean it's like 1,000 blocks away. Let's walk around in the sparse jungle a little bit. Go. And not necessarily like this. Yeah, so that's going to be sparse jungle. Fine, I suppose. As these things go, I think we're just going to continue rowing our way home. Or trying to. One thing I'm contemplating is like planting bits of bamboo all along here, just for anybody who is seeking it and boating around in these areas. That said, I got there, so, and there's going to be bamboo harvested and grown. Was I here? No. At spawn. Oh, and there's another. Cool. So if anybody was coming out here, they'd be finding bamboo much closer than I thought was necessary. Oh, also melons. There are some things you can do with melons. Melons are cool. Let's see whether we can't add a few melons. That ought to be a start. If I remember correctly, you can do potions involving glistering melons that are like health potions or something. Might not be the most important or needful thing, and yet, who can say? Maybe it will come in handy. Hey, brown sheep. How now, brown sheep? And now we head over towards... Oh, hang on. Oh, no. Towards somewhere. Maybe I'm going to just find my way back to base this way. I wouldn't think so, because there's not all of this jungle right at base, but all the same, we're kind of going in the right direction. Well, not anymore. Let's keep following the coastlines and seeing what we see. Is this an island? Ah, you found spruce. Good. They call you Mr. Spruce. Yep, we all gotta call Lucas Hippo Mr. Spruce now. That's the rule. He legit became Mr. Spruce after a long search. So what's this rock about? Apparently it's about getting rained on. Alrighty. Do I think I can pull off a 303 plugin? Not necessarily, but I could do things that might work kind of like that. Depends. Ah, cool. Meanwhile, I claim this in the name of Airwindows. I'll build a base on there. And here's how I will go about claiming it. We're going to make a super tall spike of flowers and then jump off into the ocean. But before I do that, I get to look around and see, oh, or above the... I'll look around and see if I can see home from here. Well, there's a cute little island. Yeah, I'm gonna make something out of this. Why not? It's fairly close to home and there's nothing very interesting going on, but like mining up all of the stuff there and then making a mine underneath it and then building some kind of walls around it or whatever, seems like that would be cool. Eee. Kelp. So if I try to swim onto those, there'll be a lot of bubbles that I can breathe on. It will be hard to dig under this, won't there? Looks like I'll need to sleep before continuing to go. I know what I'll do. I plant this bed right here. DR guest, your technical question is one that I can answer. It is not true that all audio plugins have aliasing. To have aliasing, you have to have the plugin be causing nonlinearity, and the frequencies you're putting it have to be higher than whatever, like if you're multiplying those frequencies, then it has to go to the Nyquist frequency. So even if you have a plugin that has aliasing, if you put like a bass into it that doesn't have any high frequencies and your nonlinearity is not sharp enough to cause the aliasing, you won't have aliasing. Aliasing only happens when it's made to happen by the interaction of the sound you're putting into it and what the plugin does. So that's funny. Why are we going there? Do I need to go across the ocean for this? Am I going to get attacked by underwater monsters? I might. I know they're out there in the ocean. But that's where home is. Oh, also, I apparently have a garage under here that I didn't know about. Hi, garage. Let's light you up a little bit with torches while we're at it. Oh, then let's leave before we get killed by the stupid skeleton who's hanging out there. Hi. You know what? I can do arrows too. Come on, up you come. Up you come. Ha, you suck. shooting freaking arrows through the water. How are you supposed to do that? That doesn't make any sense at all. Let's place some more of these while we're at it. And one here. One there. And one there. And then bail the heck out of here because we got back home. Dum-de-dum. And now I've got a cute new base to go and colonize. It's just this flat pile of rock. Love it. No notes. Perfect. And then I will swoop in here and park the boat. Hey. So, dear guest, I did hear your question. Only reason I didn't answer it right away is because it's a bigger question than you might imagine. I need to learn how to make a bundle. Bundles are awesome. I need more of them. Okay, let's cook the chicken before giving it to people. So in some ways, your question is impossible to answer because you are answering, I'm going to do a mix, without specifying anything about what kinds of sounds you're trying to make or anything. You could be anybody. You could be trying to do anything, and I wouldn't know any better. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying it's impossible to answer unless I know what you are trying to do. Much like what I'm trying to do here is jump up and down in the farmland until it is turned into normal dirt, which I can plant bamboo on. And I think you have to plant it by water. So that's what we're going to do. Coming out all wonky, but that's fine. It should still work. Can you just, I guess you can just plant it, but I'm not sure if it'll grow properly. Unless it's by water. Some of it's already racing up. Oh, you can grow it on anything. You can grow it on gravel. Well, maybe it'll grow faster, seeing as it's we can make a test. I guess it stands to reason that it grows literally anywhere. I mean that's bamboo, isn't it? That literally is the definition of what bamboo is yeah, you can grow that anywhere. It does not care. At which point we are wasting this, so So let's harvest all the bamboo as it begins to grow, hoping it does not grow through us like a torture device. It's a real danger. What plugin have I made based on discontinuity? Console X uses discontinuity. I haven't done that many other ones like that. Discontinuity is tricky in its way because it is making use of a delay line. You can have a giant bamboo forest before you know it. But I'm also going to turn that back into farmland again because there's a reason. Where's my... Do I not have a hoe in here? Well, I know I have a hoe in the that base area. That is not the correct thing to harvest, that is it? Okay, fine. I'll let you grow, and I'll just harvest these, because this is the Instamine for that. Yeah, discontinuity lives inside Console X because it's necessary for making the spatial qualities that Console X has. Here's a stone thingy. Very good. I'm going to finish this up, and maybe I'll switch over to, like, getting a bunch of wood out of the trees there. There we go. Soon we'll be able to replant this stuff. But I'm putting it back to crops, and I'm telling you why. So that we can do those melons. Those melons might be important. And never mind the melons, how about those pumpkins? So that should grow up big and strong. Do I even need to irrigate pumpkins, though? Also, let's plant more of these, and then run off and sleep. Ah, you are working on a reggae album. That helps narrow things down a bit. Of course, it depends upon what you're trying to... Like, if it's a traditional reggae album and you're looking for old school sounds, there are different things you might want to do with it. However, I can give you a suggestion based only on that. If you're working on a reggae song and you're looking to... Oh, hello. We're apparently sleeping through the night. Lucasipo, you seem to have rejoined before the night actually passed. So I'm going to suggest you log off again briefly. That ought to do it. I have a tape echo plugin that you might look into. And using that will probably get you the reggae sound you're looking for. Okay, we're good, Lucasipo. That covered it. We're good. Yeah, look into my tape echo plugin. That might very well be the thing you're looking for. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, well, I did not do that, but I could. We are having a tendency of everything has to be about wheat because of the cattle and stuff. It's doable. You can play with the same one, Terriel. If you have no idea other than wanting to have something suggested, go and check out that tape echo plugin. It's pretty good. You can do some fun things with it. So I want to find out how to make bundles. That seems really cool. If you can use and you like Airwindows Consolidated, which is made by Bacon Paul of the Surge XT project, if you can use that, you might really enjoy the heck out of it, because that is a good way to be introduced to the stuff that I do. You get to read all of this information that's included in there. And you can set it to show you all of the plugins or recommended ones or new ones. And it's a really nice way Paul came up with for being able to popularize the work I do. Now, if you're using retro stuff, well, then you can do that using the original plugins. But if you don't need to do retro things, or if you're able to run consolidated, it might be just the trick. It might be just what you're looking for. Quick enough for you? These suckers are fast. They're so fast. If you can burn this, and I can't see why you wouldn't be able to, that is like energy solved instantly and forever. Holy crap, can you double them down? Place on top of each other and then they insta-grow? It's acting like you can. Pfft, you can. Except for I'm not sure it actually grows if you do that. You just can do that. Let's make a bamboo block. Do I have more? I do. And one that's out of place. Yeah, so if you plant one on top of the tip of another, you get insta-grow, but I'm not sure that 1, 2. Yeah, so you can do that, but I don't know if it grows after that. And that's a bit of a downer if you're looking to farm or grow them. Oh, very neat wrappers. That could come in handy. Plant one there, and then jump out of the way. These are wild. Exploding with life. Eager fellows. Make a giant, dense pack of extremely tall bamboos. Starting from over here. Oh, and there's another. And that'll do. It's getting down to about 15 minutes until, what am I carrying? Oh, here's a thing. Let's see if we can start doing the giant tree. I can hit that with bone meal. In fact, I might even have some on me. I do. I want to make stuff out of that. That'll be cool. And I want to plant some pumpkins. And now it's empty. Love it. I want to make more of these. These are the coolest little labor-saving thing ever. How can I have got by without the dumb things? Okay, we're not in the jungle, so it doesn't want to grow. All right. Yeah, John, Dr. Guest, you might want to be using Console MD, which is the one that is able to play deeper. Let's cook this chicken while we're at it, shall we? I must not have fed those wolves anything useful because they didn't actually come. They were happy enough, but they did not come and join me. So let's make a bunch of pumpkin seeds. I stashed away the watermelons somewhere. And find a place to plant them. Do I need to till the soil for that? Well, one way we can find out. Oh, and we can't even pick all of those, but what we can do and now we can pick all of those. And I can put all the extra wheat and seeds where they should be. There. And I would quite like to make a dripstone lava thingy. So we'll see about that. Also, I might as well throw all this charcoal in there. Another nighttime. Oh, very good. You're way ahead of me this time. And I've got some jungle logs, and that's all I need to do the cocoa beans. So I can get that a start. I could replace part of these with jungle logs, although I'm not sure if I'm that thrilled about that. Tell you what, I'm just going to temporarily put jungle logs in. And not like that. And that's quite enough to deal with those for the time being. So that's, oh, I haven't put away all my wheat seeds, have I? And we can just plant flowers. Those are fine. So Igor, what console fits best for heavy metal of the 1980s? I would straight up just use Console X. Anytime you're talking about that, you're basically talking SSL. Fair enough. Understood. So if you're talking SSL, that's not to say that Console X is exactly SSL, but that it will give you the tools you'll need. Also, it's the one with that is the GUI available for if you want to run that version. That's got its own gratifying little... Oh, dang it. I did not mean to squish. I think I even lost the pumpkin in the process of doing that. Darn it. No matter. Jungle tree? Not yet. Yeah, SSL is pretty much the everything console as you get through the end of the... Oh my god, look at all of those fish. That's a lot of fish waiting to be chased after with a sword. Like late 70s into 80s, especially as things get relentlessly 80s, basically you're just talking SSL is the thing. That's what's going to get you there. Because it became such a trendy, popular console that it just became the whole deal. Was all about that. So that would be my recommendation. Okay, so one thing at a time. He says it's never one thing at a time, but that's fine. I'll do my level best. Over here, I can put the extra seeds away. I want to start with the dripstone thing. Also, this is looking awesome. This is going to produce so much freaking bamboo, it's not even funny. I don't know how high it can go all by itself, but I guess we're going to find out. Bear in mind, anytime you want to talk about, oh, unique plugins that does what nothing else does, you really need to specify what are you trying to do. It's a really important question, because what you want to do matters. It's really significant to want specific things. Why am I keeping wheat seeds there? Might as well just keep melon seeds there. Also, why don't I just deal with those eggs later? And I need to smelt some iron, and I need to put that away, and I've got an extra, a little more emerald. I'll get back to this, and I need to find out how to make that. Aha. Bundle is made using just a string and a leather? Wow. That made my life so much better in such a extreme fashion. And I can have them in colors. Why is there there is a pillager patrol everywhere. Either fight them or avoid them. Or stay inside or whatever. That's the thing. It's like I had pillager patrols coming over to my place as well. They might even come out to that crazy island thing that I had, which I'm still going to have. I'm going to bring all of my stuff there. They just kind of spawn and they wander through. I kind of like it. The fact that weird pillagers show up and keep wandering through. They don't necessarily have to be violent. You can just avoid them. That's what I would do, is just avoid them. So let's see, did I give? No, I did not. Oop. Wanted to give the chicken to the community chest. Also, this should be cooked. I don't really do much with pork chops, but if you, and clearly somebody has fought a creeper. So we've got that there, and the gravel can go into the gravel pit. Honestly, and the cherry leaves can go back to where those belong. I put some obsidian there. So a lot of this stuff, there it is. There it is. There's our big giant boy. And it spawned with vines. So I don't have to go back for vines. I just have to trim the vines off of that, and we're good. You can grow them anywhere you want. These, and these. I should have kept some of the wildflowers, though. Like, we get pink wildflowers out here, but you don't get the yellow wildflowers, and you could. Do I have? I bet I do. I bet I have got shears. And that means I can get vines. And that means I can climb the tree anytime I want. Oh, I did that with the iron. That's not shears at all. Thank you. So the vines will grow down. So one thing I can do is seek to plant them if I need them to be up higher. And that could be a start, because the way these guys work, I can go all the way up here. Oh, look, I got a jungle sapling just by that. So since the vines will grow down, it's very generous, jungle sapling that quickly. I can just start planning this out. Also, they're going to go down off of we can just climb up into the tree and place more vines as needed. Like there. And if I'm not mistaken, that's already... Do I want some spare saplings? If you have spare saplings, put them in the starter chests. Those ones with the hoppers. That's what that area is for. And now we're going to get a little silly because we can. But not right now, but momentarily. No, not momentarily. Got a little left to go before contemplating that. Okay, now we're ready. Down we go. I'm going to need to sleep in a moment. And then, like I said, I'm going to get silly. Oh, let's not leap into the water. Thank you. Okay, it's daytime. Bet you can guess what I'm going to do now. And yes, it's a silly thing, but I'm going to totally do it anyway. We're just in the business of making the tallest jungle tree in the entire universe. It's the Airwindows jungle tree. It's taller than anybody else's jungle tree. We just have to wait for it to grow. And also trim one more of the vines off of there to get up the rest of the way, but that'll be easy to do. Oh, Lucasipo, you fell down. Hi. Yeah, so where all of these pink flowers and the chests are stacked up, that's a good place to place spruce saplings if you have them. Like sort of in here. Speaking of which, I was going to cook this pork chop so that the stuff in here would be cooked. And the salmon as well. So if anybody's grabbing this stuff, it can at least be fully cooked. Oh, can't do anything more with that, but I'll put those ink sacs in there. Yeah, you're well kitted out. Shield and everything. I haven't thought of. DP, if you can find it, you're welcome to come and play on it. That's how it's set up. Is that finished? Yes, it is. Some of this stuff is intended for people starting out. Yeah, it's sort of a nice people server, although I should mention that be aware if anybody comes and ruins everything, then maybe they'll just ruin everything. It's not, I do have some backups, but it's not really set up as like, nobody may do any nasty griefing or anything like that. It's like, oh no, that would suck. But, oh, you have given me a shield. Thank you. I am just carrying it and wielding it with my other arm. Ta-da! And if I'm not mistaken, I gotta... up. That works. Cool. So before terribly long, an entire other tree will sprout out of that jungle tree, and that'll be very exciting. I guess, Luca, you have found a decent spot for your own iron vein, which is good. That's how you're supposed to go. You should find iron veins. Iron veins are good. Oh, and I've also gone over time. It's dinner time for me. So tell you what I should do is I'm going to put all of the gravel that's supposed to be in here. Oh, well, I guess you just found enough. Fair enough. Mine around and you will find it. If you're not familiar with the modern version of Minecraft, you just go into a likely place for iron vein. You may have a flint. Go ahead. I should have those in there. I think I should have those in there. Flint is the kind of thing where I think that should be in the community chest. I've thought about doing Minecrafty things where you stack everything up, your resources. So if you have massive quantities of iron, well, you turn it into iron blocks and you make a stack of iron blocks, and there's your iron, is the iron pyramid of giant iron blocks. Of course, that's how you make a beacon as well, of course, but that's kind of what's going on with the gravel here. Seeing as what you do to get flint out of gravel is stack it up and break it, I thought it would be fun to just have the gravel collection be this. Be a giant skyscraper of gravel. And then when you have finished stacking it, you jump into the pool. Ow. I did not make it to the pool. But I had feather falling boots, so it didn't kill me. Man, that loving that bamboo forest. That's really going. I'm having a hard time resisting some of this. Oh, you just got some of it, didn't you? It's difficult finding your way through the bamboo forest. See, what I have been doing with that is simply planting them and then just letting them grow. But I guess we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens, what's good. Because my idea with more food. I need food in real life rather than just food in Minecraft. It's time to go and have dinner. But my thought here is I can assemble massive quantities of bamboo so rapidly this way that I'm just going to expand the forest by continuing to plant it like this. And there will come a point when there's too much and it's not reasonable. But it pleases me to sort of make a solid square of bamboo to some extent. And then a little more. And that'll hold it for now. Unless I wanted to expand it out so much by mining even more of it down, but it's fine. So you can pretty much see what I'm after there. The other one has grown now. I'm going to get jungle wood out of there at some point, but for now I think I'm just going to let it go, and when I come back there will be other things, and we will see. Where's my other obsidian? And this is very low class compared to what I'm up to now, but that's fine. So we'll just put a bunch of crap away. Actually, no, I'm going to leave that on me. That's one way of being, and I love my bundle. I'm going to want to have the bundle. And then I will finish up doing some of these things later. But for now, this is my list of stuff to do. Complete with all the eggs ever. All of my funky stuff. Ooh, and the fishing rod. And feel free to make a little nether highway. That's the sort of thing I'm thinking in terms of doing. I'll figure out some way of doing it. We've got a couple of portals. First portal is literally here. And I've got a little base, and I have not extended it any further than it is. But you can come in here and be quite safe even if there's gas about. I got pink windows, but I'm thinking about maybe wanting to replace them with black. I got a bunch of stuff, including a lot more pink glass. And flints and steels, and chests, and lots of netherrack. Just lots of stuff. And there's 2 holes through the sides which have not yet gone to anything because they extend outwards over the lava sea. So that is somewhat unhealthy, but if there aren't any gas around, you could always just go and platform. Where is it? Come out. I will show you, although I will not be showing you the other one. Yeah, you see? So we come right through here. That's for having a golden thing on you. And we've got a little protected room. I mean, if something's coming after you, then that door isn't going to help you that much, but it's protected from ghasts. And then don't go down these corridors too far, because they just end in a void. But yeah. And then there is another nether portal somewhere, because I found an abandoned portal and rebuilt it, and got onto this rather cool giant plane of netherrack in the same basic area. Yeah, don't go too far down into those because they end in a pit of doom. They end over the lava lake. So you'd have to platform out, and you can dig up. Go ahead. I am not particularly interested in the things in the nether, so if you want to do anything else around there, then be my guest. I've just made this little initial base, and I'll see whether I want to do anything else. Oh, by all means. Yeah, I know what nether roof stuff is about. Absolutely. And I thank you for not chopping down the tree, because I'm tempted to try to do my best to make it be a giant stack of trees before although I could do that anywhere I want. Like, that'll be fine. And with that, it is my dinner time. So what I'm going to do is log off, and anybody who does find this place, you can play on it. I've invited other people to play on it. And I can't guarantee that nobody will find it and do mean things in it, but then that's part of the charm of things like the BT2T, whatever the one, except for I hope this one doesn't end up becoming that unpleasant. We'll see what happens. My hope is that people who come and fool around on the server are like being Christopher from Airwindows and playing nicely. Although you don't have to make all manner of stuff and give it to me. That's not there. There are no taxes or tariffs on the Chris server. You just go and do whatever. And we can talk more on the next stream. 2B2T, yeah. So I do not wish it to be like 2B2T, but I am not going to be controlling that about it. And we'll just see. I think it's equally possible for people to come and play nicely on a place. Who knows? Who knows? If it becomes like that, I will find a way to make it so that people can get out of spawn and find other places to be. Or if not, I can simply roll it back. If people go to a large effort to hurt it and grief it, I can just either not have it running anymore or go to a backup. Who can say? Anywho, I am all set for the night, and it's time for me to go and have tacos, which I hope to enjoy. And hope you enjoy fooling around on the server if you were connecting to it. I'm not sure what was going on with the people who were not able to connect, but I figure like I'm able to connect, Luca was able to connect. There's bound to be a way. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.